today, Robo Games is happening somewhere in California. I don't actually know the actual location in California proper. And usually, it's kind of Gatorbox tradition for me to restream the official Robo Games show and do some jokes, do some commentary, talk about the fights, and talk about, the competitors and if they're from BattleBots or how they do on BattleBots, how they've done in the past. We talk shop. Unfortunately, there is no Robo Games stream this year, or rather, there's no official Robo Games stream, I should say. There are a couple of absolute legends who are in the audience at Robo Games this weekend who have been live streaming the entire event from their seats. There's one person on Twitch and one person on YouTube. I don't know if they're the same person, but it's either the same person streaming from two different channels or two different people streaming on two different channels. And that's the only way any of us have been able to see what's going on at Robo Games this year until, presumably people post videos. Oh, they're not the same person? Okay. Until people, like teams and competitors, post their videos, after the fact, and we get to see how it went. As it turns out, the story behind why there's no Robo Games stream is because Dave Calkins, the guy who runs Robo Games, rented a new venue for the show this year, presumably because last year's venue didn't appreciate that a piece of something left the arena and put a dent in the fucking roof. So, I don't know if that had anything to do with it. But he got a new place, and it's owned by a union, and therefore the only people authorized to run professional audio video equipment at this venue are union employees. And Dave ain't gonna pay the union rates in California, so there's no live stream. And when somebody... There's two events happening concurrently at Robo Games this year. When the people running the other event offered to pay the people from the union to do the show, Dave said no, and then he banned the people from the union from even showing up at the event. I don't know if he can do that, because they kind of own the place and they're allowed to be there, but just goes to show you what a stand-up guy Dave is. That's it, guys. I'm making this a meme, okay? It's going to be a thing. That's a certified Dave Calkins moment. Trademark. In lieu of an official Robo Games stream, I decided I still want to do something BattleBots related, robot combat related. So we're doing the Twilight Foundry Robotics quarter century anniversary extravaganza, because, well, really, the Twilight Foundry's been around for 23 years, but I've been a fan of BattleBots for 25, and you do the math, that's a quarter of it. Just round it up. Just round it up, okay? So, real quick, let me tell you how I got involved with robot combat. Back in 1999, before BattleBots was on Comedy Central, they had a special on pay-per-view that you had to pay to see, and I do not know how much it cost, because at the time, my parents owned a D-Scrambler, which basically means that the pay-per-view channels, as well as the booby channels, are no longer scrambled when you try to watch them. So anything that was showing on pay-per-view, right? I remember watching the Roland Emmerich Godzilla movie that everybody hates back in 1998. I remember watching that for free on pay-per-view many times as a kid. But then I saw this thing in the TV listings called BattleBots, And I was like, is it a movie? It was really long. It was like 4 hours long or something. I'm like, it's a long movie. And the only thing, like, I remember, like, the little description in the TV guide just said something like, metal gladiators fight to the death in this unique tournament or whatever. And I'm like, what does that even... I mean, it sounds like it could be a movie, right? It could be, like, gladiatorial combat, you know? Like, that could be a thing. I don't know. So I didn't know what to expect, but I'm like, you know, hey, it's on all day for the next, like, 3 weeks, so I might as well see what it's about. So I watched one of the airings of BattleBots on pay-per-view, and it turns out they're basically just, like, really big radio-controlled cars that smash the hell out of each other, and I'm like, holy shit, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen, okay? And I got a VHS tape, and one of the repeat showings of BattleBots on pay-per-view, I recorded that shit because I knew when that program left the pay-per-view cycle, when it left that ecosystem, I was going to want to watch that again at some point in my lifetime. So I had it on tape, and then, you know, a couple of years later, turns out they struck a deal with Viacom. They got put on Comedy Central, which was a weird place. 5 seasons there. You guys know the story, right? We're at present day now. But I started being a fan in 1999. In the year 2000, I started building small-scale BattleBots with my dad. And then in 2000, like, here's where the 23-year anniversary thing comes in. Twilight Foundry Robotics was formed in 2001. Right? It's kind of a double thing because there's 2 Twilight Foundries. The first one, it was me and a group of friends online, and we all basically shit posted about video games and made online games and wrote walkthroughs on GameFAQs and did stuff like that. And then there was like a secondary group that was all about robot combat. So it was kind of 2 things at the same time. They both existed at the same time. And so that, you know, you do the math. Right, that leaves one little sliver. That leaves the year 2000, where there was no Twilight Foundry team name. So for that 1 year in the year 2000, I built one robot. I will show you what's left of it momentarily. I built one robot, and the team was Team Tenchi. Yes, named after the anime. But also, one of my autistic obsessions when I was younger was turning things into acronyms. So really, it was like Tenchi, but it was all caps with the periods between each letter. And that stood for the Ecstatic Nocturnal Clan of Hyper Idiots. So, altogether, Team Tenchi. We had one robot that had that banner. And then after that, it's been Twilight Foundry all the way down. So Goose, hey, this sounds like a cool memory. Goose says, for me, BattleBots was the first thing that happened to be on when the satellite TV was installed. Instantly hooked. The coolest thing. You just got satellite TV, so there's like 200 channels to watch, and the first thing you click on is Build Wire with frosted tips saying the lights are on, the box is locked, it's robot fighting time. I think I got that quote. I think I got it flipped, but it's close enough. You know, I always do the stream. We do Gator Unbox to open the stream with, and I'm using the layout right now, but really it's not. We're not unboxing anything. I have a quarter of a century's worth of crap in here that's just next to me on the couch, and it's all what's left of things I've built in my time as a roboteer. I've got robots in varying states of disrepair, some complete, some missing parts, some are just the shells. I've got things that I built that are not necessarily they weren't BattleBots when I built them. They were just things I was tinkering with for, you know, web shows or making props for other things, and it's just there's just a smorgasbord of things in here, and I don't really have any rhyme or reason to the order with which I'm going to show you stuff. I'm just going to kind of take things off the top and talk about them and share with you guys some memories. So the first thing, you know what? Here's the first thing I'm going to show you. Let's bring back this has been so dusty. This thing, I don't know. The video should still be on the YouTube channel. I don't think it was made private. Some of the stuff I made in my old apartment, I made private because I was worried about like things being personally identifiable or whatever. But this should be on there. This is a heavily modified version of the game Crocodile Dentist. Now, you might be saying, Draco, that looks like a game. That looks like the game. What? That's not a robot. Take a look at this. Look at those teeth. Look at this son of a bitch. You don't want to push these down and it bites you. It goes through your fucking finger. There used to be I made a place in the back for a servo motor to be mounted to make it raise and lower. I just never got it working. If you look on the bottom, there are wheels. They are attached to they're not really in there too well. They're just kind of temporarily in there. They are in a double-sided gearbox. It's a popular ant-weight gearbox motor that's driving this. This was going to be something that was a 3-pound robot. But basically, I was inspired to make this because a long time ago on, early YouTube, I saw a Japanese video from 2 Channel that was basically this game, except you only see the Japanese guy's hands. He opens up the mouth and all of the alligator's teeth have been replaced with like thumbtacks on the upper jaw. The lower jaw is still all the regular teeth that you push down, and the game might snap at you. So he's going through and he's pushing teeth down one at a time, and it's gonna happen. Then eventually he pushes it, and the mouth drops down. And there's like 2 frames of the guy going, whoa! And then the video just cuts off. And that video has stuck with me my whole life, and that was kind of the inspiration to make this. I bought a bunch of metal clothing spikes. These are all screw-in clothing spikes. There's little nuts on the back of them that screw in, and I had to Dremel out most of his mouth so that it would expose the gums so I could put these spikes in. I bought a big bag of these off of like AliExpress. I got like 100 for like, $1.99 free shipping. I still have some somewhere. I never really finished this robot because one of the things I realized is that it's not a very practical design. Right? Obviously the weapon, it's a control bot. The weapon is to get somebody in the jaws, bite down, and then move them around. The problem is that, look at this lip down here. There's no way to get anybody in the mouth. I'd have to put like a wedge or something on the front here, and then that would detract from the way it looks. It'd make it look like shit. So, I started working on this, but I never finished it because I kind of got I kind of got disenfranchised because I'm like, it wouldn't be an effective robot. It would just get trashed immediately. It would be funny. I built it to kind of be funny, but it wouldn't even stand a chance at being effective. So I never really named it. I think this robot is in a video on the playlist called Croco Dentist, spelled with a K. I'll put it up after this stream if it's unlisted or whatever, but should still be up there. Now, the big problem is going to be finding a place to set all these things as we talk about more robots, because they're kind of all nicely in this box, but once I start moving them to the side, it's going to be a problem. Here's a robot that is mostly complete. Take a look at this. This is really... Storage hasn't been nice to this robot. I remember this thing. Take a look at this. This is the fatal contraption. A piece of kit that I built in 2003 and determined that it was too beautiful to destroy. Yes, this is the NES robot from the Builder's Database. There was a page for it there 20 years ago, but it never competed. This thing, you can still open this. You can kind of look inside there. There's a battery plug of some persuasion. We'll take the lid off and see what's in there. Anyways, this thing is a thwack bot. If we flip it over, it's probably going to start dropping crumbs all over my desk. But if we flip it over, there's two big ass wheels on the bottom. We tried to make our own tires to custom fit on these hubs that we recycled, and we used like roofing tar and masking tape. And the reason for the masking tape is because we needed to reduce the overall traction that the robot had in order for its weapon to work. The weapon is missing. They're not attached, but I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is doing here. But basically, on all four of the corners of the NES, we had these sharpened steel. They look like, you know, those like safety razors that you can interchange in those little box cutters. You know, where you click the switch and the blade pops out. It's like a trapezoid-shaped blade. We basically made a bunch of those, like custom, and mounted them onto the corners. And the way this robot attacked is, they weren't flails. They were fixed on the corners. They were hard mounted there. And it would just spin around in place and attack with the flails. And, you know, that doesn't really work. It's not a viable strategy because somebody has to be stupid enough to come at you while you're spinning. So there's this thing. There's this system that was pioneered by Ilya Polyakov, who built Blade Runner on BattleBots. It's called Multibrain, and it allows a robot to spin around in place and move at the same time. This was 2003. There is not a lot of complex electronics under the hood of this thing. We basically kind of cheated at achieving Multibrain by gunning the transmitter sticks in such a way so that one wheel spun faster, slightly faster than the other. So modern day Multibrains, today there's robots that have figured it out. Cyclone Bot, Herr Gupoundin, they're able to spin around in place and actually, like, you know, translate and move around. Fatal Contraption could pretty much spin in place and then kind of coast to one side or the other. So if it got close to someone and was spinning, we could kind of slowly drift over and ding them with one of the corners. Under the hood, it's really just kind of the guts of an RC car. A lot of stuff is missing here. You know, a lot of the I don't even know what all that is. Mildew, roach shit. I have no idea. Basically, we started with this gearbox. Here's something. This is part of the brain. Oh, that tape is rotten. There's a piece of wood down there. I think the battery was mounted to that. I think No, we didn't mount the battery here because you could fit a spike in where the controllers and buttons used to be. So the battery had to have been in the back, but where did this go? I don't remember. This is this robot. This shell of this robot is 21 years old. I was still in high school when I built it. But basically, you can see here we've got these wheels we custom mounted on the hubs, and then we tried they're rotten and falling apart, but you know. We cut a little slot for the antenna to fit through so we could close the shell. There's a little thing cut here. Fatal Contraption looked a lot nicer 21 years ago. You know, the plastic on the NES hadn't yellowed to hell like this. this looks like a Nintendo that belongs to somebody who who's been smoking 2 packs a day for the past 35 years, right? He got this NES used, and the internals didn't work, but the person who had this broken console wanted to keep the internals because he was gonna see if he could fix it and then make like a custom rig. Like, you remember how the Angry Video Game Nerd has the NES toaster, where it's like the internals of a Nintendo, but it's inside a toaster, and he pushes the game in, he puts the game in the toaster slot, and then pushes the plunger down, and it turns on. My friend wanted to do something like that. He wanted to make like a custom cool NES. I don't know if he ever did. I don't think he did, but he gave me the shell, and I was like, what do I do with an NES shell? I'm gonna make a robot out of it. So my dad and I built this, put the blades on it. It worked. We tested it. You know, the blades didn't do a ton of damage, but it was cool. But then ultimately we decided it was too cool to fight with. This was 2003. NES came out in 1985 stateside. And it was sold for 5 or 6 or 7 years. So I don't know if this was from 1985, but the plastic was nearing, you know, it was at least a decade and a half old, and it's really, it was brittle back then. It's even worse now, I'm sure. We just, like, if you notice on the inside, there's no armor lining the inside of it. There's a base plate we built that's made out of some kind of aluminum, you know, ventilation duct metal, but there's nothing really protecting the internals. So any kind of nasty spinner, like, you know, Dark Pounder or T-Boned or one of those robots that was, you know, really popular 20 years ago, they would have eaten this thing alive, right? You know, they would have destroyed it. And we decided the robot was too cool to be destroyed, so we hung on to it. It's been disassembled, you know, over the years. I lost the blades. I don't know where they went. I looked for them in the garage, but I don't know where they went. So this is still mostly assembled. I don't have the transmitter. Again, transmitters are expensive, so really, when it came to the controller that all these robots are controlled with, multiple robots use the same transmitter. So, you know, we would take out, like, that's why this robot is incomplete. We would take out some of the electronics and recycle them and put them in a new build. So, maybe if I hook this up to power and put a transmitter on it, maybe it would work again. I don't know, but it hasn't been turned on in 2 decades. So, you know, we did bring it to events to, like, demonstrate with, but we never actually had any fights. So, that's 2003 for you. Now, here's something that I never finished. Or something that I never got to work, rather. This thing with, like, rusted alligator clips hanging off of it. They weren't rusted at, you know, at the time when I built this. This is just, I should point out, 7 years ago, most of, well, half to, depending on how you want to define it, half to, like 66% of my home was destroyed by Hurricane Harvey, and that included most of the robot workshop. So a lot of this stuff kind of got exposed to the elements, and it kind of just made it deteriorate. So, like, this motor casing is kind of rusted. So some of this stuff is not really in good shape. We'll get to some examples that are worse later. But this thing is it's a Jeep. I have the shell for this. I don't know where it is, though. But this is a little simple, I think it's a Nyko brand. Good brand 20 years ago. It was a little radio-controlled Jeep. And this was a project I was working on for a online comedy, you know, experimental web series that I was doing, you know, back when I was in high school. And the point of this build, if we look at the back here, you can see this motor is kind of like zip tied in, and there's, you know, some shit's like soldered on, and there's a big, you know, changed out some gears here. I think this is the original board that came with it. These wires, of course, don't go to anything. If these went to something, I don't know what it was. But the thing with this is it all came down to this motor right here. This thing, I might get the name wrong. This is a brushed. This was in an era before brushless motors. Okay, they weren't a thing. I think this is called a Speed 400 motor. This little son of a bitch was like $12. It wasn't very expensive, but this was the motor that powered all of the deadliest, like, ant weight weapons, right? You know, like I mentioned Dark Pounder a second ago. This is what the 1 pound version was running under the hood. So I got my hands on one of these motors, and the point here is I wanted to see if I could make the Jeep go very fast. I wanted to swap out the crappy little, you know, nickel-sized 1.5 volt shit motor that these toys come with, those little crappy little Chinese motors, and I wanted to drop in one of the. Hang on, oh my god, did you find it, Darren? Is that the motor? That looks like it. The Speed 400 motor is a classic workhorse of many vintage electric model aircraft designs. Wow. Yeah, it says right here, this motor is offered unbranded, but is compatible with applications that's specified by brand, and it names a bunch of, I guess those are model airplane brands. But yeah, the Speed 400 motor was a brandless motor, super powerful. This is the motor that's supposed to spin the propeller of a radio-controlled aircraft, which weighs, you know, not a whole lot more than this little, what's left of this Jeep, but it weighs more than that. It's gotta juice up that propeller something fierce so it can move the entire plane and provide propulsion, right? That's what this little thing is gonna do. So you can imagine my dumbass being like, let's drop it in a radio-controlled car, see what it does. I worked on this for several weeks, and I remember slaving in the workshop. I could not get this thing to work. I think the problem is that this is the stock board that came with the little RC car toy, and this motor is probably pulling way too much current from the... I think this runs on... Does this run on AA? Hang on. Uh-oh. Something fell out. Oh, look at that corrosion. 6 volts. The gimmick is that I was going to take a really powerful motor for model planes and then put it on the back of this and make this go woo. And I never got it to work. I probably could have gotten it to work if I didn't use like the stock electronics that it came with, but I didn't want to go through the trouble. Maybe I didn't have a spare transmitter. Also, this motor is rated for 7.2 volts, and it only would have been running at 6, so it wouldn't have been as powerful as full power, but it would have been more powerful than the crappy little motor that it came with. So that's why not make a 2.0? I don't know, maybe I can go back and revisit some of this stuff. Here's a piece of memorabilia. We'll see this robot coming up in a second. This is a fake saw blade for a robot called the Pussytron 4000. This is on the YouTube channel. You can look up this robot. I got really bored when I was living in San Antonio. This is around the same time as the crocodile dentist robot. But I got this radio controlled tank that shot Nerf darts and hacked it apart and then rewired it so that the channel that controlled the little mechanism for shooting darts now just spun a weapon, and I didn't have access immediately to a real saw blade in my apartment, so I made one out of a CD, and I put a little sticker of a creepy guy on the front. You got a close-up on this guy? That's Mr. Earl, man. He's look at this. Guys. It's Mr. Earl, the Prize Man. That's his nickname. So I got this thing. It was like a tank, and I got a spare piece of like particle board, and I mounted this weapon tilted, and whenever I clicked the button on the remote, it would start spinning, and I made jokes about how it was like, 5-time world champion or something. So I still have the blade. The paper is all curled up because it got wet during Hurricane Harvey. It's also kind of dinged up because I did spin it up and hit stuff in the video, I think. But this is the thing that came off of a robot, and we'll see the actual tank that this came from with an actual weapon on it. I did continue working on that build. I never finished it, but I did continue working on it. This robot's so swanky. It comes in a case, a little carrying case. This is Telefrag. Everything. Oh, there's even, hang on, there's even batteries in here. What do these go to? Where's the batteries for the... Oh, this takes... Hang on. Will this work if I turn it on? Is it on? I can't tell. Hang on. Oh, fuck. I don't have a thing to... Let me look at something. Let me see if this will actually power on. So Telefrag is a robot that was built... oh, wait, there's already... Hang on. There's already batteries in the remote. Then who was phone? Apparently I didn't have to take the thing off. So, Telefrag is a robot I built, and I'm just trying to get this thing back on the... I can't multitask. I'm gonna take these batteries out while I'm playing with this. Fandramon did make a little sprite drawing of this robot. I have it saved somewhere in the pantheon of Gatorbox stuff. All right, let me take the batteries out of the robot too. Ooh, some of these batteries are looking... Yeah, I'm glad I did this stream tonight, because if I would have left these batteries in here any longer... There's actually a little bit of corrosion on one of these contacts. It's probably not enough to kill it, but I'm glad I actually got to this tonight, because that could have ended extremely badly. This is a robot with tank tracks. You can see it's built from parts from a little kit that I don't remember. I got this from a hobby store somewhere, and you can't see. See, you guys can't really see in the back up where the gearbox is, but basically this robot only weighs 150 grams. It's extremely lightweight. It's also extremely large for its weight class, because most robots this weight are about half the size. But this thing continues my obsession with putting tank tracks on designs, which is why it's so long. The motors that drive this thing are the equivalent to what you would see in a 1-pound robot. In fact, I believe they're the same cheapo Chinese motors that used to be inside the Jeep RC car that I took apart down there, that I tried to make go fast. Those, like, look how big that RC car was compared to this little thing. And I've got 2 of those motors packing heat under this. Most of the weight of this robot is taken up by the drive system. It takes up, like, I think 40% of the robot's weight, and the remaining 60% is like tank tracks, frame, batteries, armor, everything else. This thing has a really stout front wedge. There's no way it'll lose a pushing battle. If you get in its way, you're going into the wall. It's also pretty fast for being tank tracked. But the name Telefrag and the cool paint job is an homage to 1993's PC smash hit. Maybe you heard of it. It's called Doom. A Telefrag is when you kill a enemy in deathmatch or in single player by teleporting in onto directly where they are standing. And in Doom, that does, I believe, 10,000 points of damage on contact, killing them instantly. It's called a Telefrag. And the paint job is indicative of the teleport effect in the Doom game, with the white center and then like the flames go into like bright yellow to kind of bright green. I'm really fond of the paint job here. It needs a new paint job. It's kind of been scratched up over the years. This has competed like 5 or 6 times. And the first time I brought Telefrag out, it won second place at the Dallas area Robot Combat Robot Rebellion event in 2017. It basically, they put it in like the small arena for these robots had a pit, and this thing isn't going to lose a pushing battle, so everybody went in the fucking pit. People called this the killer cigarette pack because of how big it is. It looks like a pack of cigarettes, I guess. And I don't mind. It's a funny nickname. But this one is one of my newer builds. I say newer. It was built in 2017, right before Harvey. So that was already 7 years ago. You know, closer to a decade than it is to not. But yeah, this robot made a little carrying case for it. I actually found the case, and then I put the foam in there. And for the controller, everything fits very nicely. This robot, I've refined it over the years. It last competed in 2020, and unfortunately, some of the changes I made weakened the bottom of the robot, and the batteries would fall out if you hit it too hard, which is why they were sealed in with duct tape when I pulled it out of this thing, because that was how I tried to fix it. So it did work, but you know, I think Telefrag's heyday is beyond it, but it's still fully functional. And since I took the juicy batteries out of it before they got too juicy, I can always put new batteries in it, and this will work. This robot is fully functional. It hasn't been driven in about 3 years, but you know, it'll still run, and it comes in a nice protective. Is this Tupperware? What is this? I can't see. Yeah, it's Tupperware. Look at this guy. Look at this motherfucker right here. this whole guy is radio controlled, but he kind of fell apart, and the remote control that's used to control him, the batteries melted in it and destroyed it. So in order to get this guy working again, I would need to get a brand new remote. He is covered in tape residue, and this guy came from a robot that hasn't competed in 22 years, and somehow he's still tacky. He's still sticky, like the tape residue from, because his legs shuffle when they move. So we tried to tape him in place to make him stop, and then so we wrapped his legs in tape, and it's still sticky. I don't know how. It's been 2 decades. It's been like, what, 4 presidents? 3 presidents? I don't know. If you look at the bottom where the little wheels in his legs are, the rubber is starting to rot, so he's seen better days. This guy never... this is not a... He's too big. He's too tall for the camera. There we go. This guy is... he himself is not a combat robot, but he, a Walden Overlord's little cousin. Now you're thinking, he competed, he was part of a bigger build. You guys know about Dr. Inferno Jr. from BattleBots, 2 or 3 time lightweight champion from the Comedy Central days. It was built from like a Japanese Tomy robot, and it was like the robot from the torso up, and then down here from the waist below was a square platform with wedges on all sides, and then the robot was holding like a circular saw or like a Makita drill or something in each hand. So we put a little spike on his hand right here. You see, we're kind of playing the part. This robot, this robot was part of a build that was called Decoy. Spelled DCOI, and it's an acronym standing for Don't Count on It. And it actually did have a platform under. I don't have it anymore. It's been lost to time. It got too damaged and we threw it out. I don't know what happened. But he did have a metal platform that made him look exactly like Dr. Inferno Jr. That was the idea behind the build, is that we took this, put him on a mobile base with wedges on all sides, and he would cruise around and, poke guys with his screw on his little gun. His eyes light up and he makes noises. His little LEDs on his chest light up. He was a cool little guy. The build that he came from wasn't very successful. The little mobile platform we built for him to carry him around. This guy's kind of heavy, right? He weighs easily, like, 2.5 pounds, 3 pounds more if you actually put the batteries in him, which we did so that he would light up during the fights. So it was cooler that way. So that just added to the weight. He was very heavy, and he slowed the whole robot down. If we would have just taken the base platform with the wedges on all sides and just fought with that would have been a much better plan. But this guy was too heavy, and he never won any fights. He was very easily damaged. Right? We didn't really reinforce the wedge panels hanging off of him, so they would get crumpled inward. They would bend, and then they would just kind of jut out, and then you try to rebend them, and they never go back to the way they were. So it's just kind of a waste. But this was decoy. I have a picture of him when he was still assembled. The wedges, like, there was a metal base surrounding him, and then the wedges were made out of cardboard, like layered cardboard, so that they would absorb hits and people couldn't stab through it because there'd be multiple, like 3 layers of cardboard behind it. But he never won a single fight, so he kind of became a little mascot of sorts. I'm glad I still have him. He makes me happy. Also, whatever brand of tape that was, I mean, it can't be flex tape because it wasn't around 22 years ago. But whatever kind of tape we had on this guy, that's a good brand because it'll hold for at least 2 decades because it's still tacky. This, oh man, it's making noise. I can't tell if parts are gonna fall out of this or not. Alright, this is incomplete. It's battle damage, and it has been retired because the build didn't work out. Guys, probably, it's sitting like this because there's a massive dent in the bottom of it. This is probably one of my all-time favorite builds from Twilight Foundry. This right here is full auto, as it says on the train plow. When it's not beat to hell, this is meant to look like a hatchback demolition derby car. It's not a lunchbox, it's a car. Like, if we look at it from the side, there's like the little windows I made out of like electrical tape, and if I flip it over, you can see, there's your problem right here. But there's little wheels mounted on the underside of the robot, and then on the outside of the robot here on the chassis, I remember doing this. I went to Walmart, and for like $1.97, I got the biggest size they had of those cheap, nasty foam flip-flops that smell like cancer. They smell like chemicals, right? And my dad and I used a hole saw to punch out like a bunch of little circles, right? Little foam circles, and those were the wheels, and we put them on the sides, so we had the wheels, and it was meant to be a blade of armor. As you can tell, somebody clearly ablated because we have a ding that goes all the way down the side of the robot, all the way down, tip to tip, right? Someone really got us. But we had the wheels, and I didn't tell anybody that the wheels on the outside were just for show. So when this guy was in the ring and getting beaten up and losing, the little wheels were coming off, people actually thought those were the wheels it was using to drive. So as it started losing wheels and it was still moving around, people were like, how is this? They didn't know the secret down here that the actual wheels are right there. But there's a group on Facebook. I found it many years ago, and what they basically did is, people who race radio controlled cars, like Team Loki and Traxxas and all those other brands of like really fast radio controlled cars. Well, as you race with those cars and you put a lot of wear into, you put a lot of mileage on those radio controlled cars, they start to fall apart and they don't really perform too well. So there was this group of people who would like adopt these former RC race cars at the end of their life, and then they would make a sheet metal body that looks kind of like this car, and then they would have like 17, 18 car demolition derbies where they would all just smash into each other. It was like a tiny demolition derby. I thought it was the coolest shit. I was like, this is awesome. So I wanted to make something in the spirit of what I saw, so I decided to make a robot that looked like a car that fought like a demolition derby car, and then this thing right on the front, this is like a 1/8 or something. This thing that I used as a train plow is these are like the brackets that you use to like board up your house when there's a hurricane, right? To put like the plywood up and stuff. This is one of those big ass things, and I'm like, we can mount it straight, and it's kind of loose now because it's got eaten up, but we mounted it straight on the front of the robot, and this is how we were gonna, you know, ram into people with. You can see it's kind of, you know, the frame actually back here is all chewed up. But look at you can look at all the hits this thing took, where guys were eating at it. But this, I mean, it's still, you could still fight with this as a weapon. It's kind of bent up, and we had replacements. We had spares in case they got really thrashed. But this lasted like 4 or 5 fights, and this was the best that people could do with it. They couldn't really damage it. But this thing right here, we got this little cover right here with a screw with the American flag sticker. This is something I incorporated into a lot of my builds. This is a little trapdoor that, let's see, maybe I can show you guys. I think I got those out. So this, yeah, I gutted this one because I reused the parts. But you can kind of see in there. This is how I could, you still see the drive motors. This is how I could very easily access the internal components to like turn on the batteries and hook it up. I still use like physical connections for batteries. I don't use those screw switches or anything like the Waiachi switches. I still connect wires like a real man, manually. So that's my little access panel. It's on a few of my robots. And then you see I painted the little Twilight Foundry Robotics logo on the... It's meant to say established 2001, not circa 2001. You might be wondering what the relevance of 17.5 is. You know, the car. It's like a derby car. Every derby car has a number. 17.5 is kind of an inside joke with me and some of my friends. We made one of the first long form web comedy skits we did back in like 2001. Was we made a fake news broadcast and we couldn't figure out what channel to put it on, so we were like 17.5. So this is the significance of that number. It's just an inside joke. Full auto. The design I had in mind for this was something that was really fast, that would just slam, jam, ram into people, put them into the wall. And I made the mistake of, I was trying to save money. You know, this is before, I didn't really have a good job at the time. This was like 7 years ago. I had just left working in IT and moved back to Corpus Christi, so I was still I was probably between jobs. I ordered the drive motors from AliExpress, and I'm pretty sure those Chinese no-good sons of bitches stuck an extra 0 in the listed RPM for the gear motor, because these gear motors are rated for 6 volts. The battery inside was 12. Now, I can't... I'm not an electrical engineer, so I can't explain why this is the thing. But if you take a motor and you double its voltage, it doesn't double the strength of the motor. It quadruples it. That's times 4, by the way. So they were rated for 6 volts. I ran them at 12. They should have been 4 times as powerful. And this thing was the slowest piece of shit I've ever seen. I had a robot from 2003 that used servos to drive, and this was about as fast as that. So, I don't know what happened. It was just so slow that it couldn't be aggressive. You know, it only won one fight, and that's because the guy I was fighting was like a fucking PVC pipe with a propeller on the front that like propelled itself around the arena. It was a joke bot. It was a piece of shit. So it never hit me. But I retired full auto. We put it in the Rumble, and I think this was done by a robot called Physique Black, built by Ian McMahon, Team Slaughterhouse. We go way back. And he hit the side of my robot here in the Rumble and dented it in, and it did like a double twist in the air, landed on its wheels. It was still fully functional. The problem is that this dent literally lifted all 4 of the wheels off the ground. None of them were in contact with the floor, and it was knocked out and couldn't move. You can't see it now because there's no power, but where are the back ones? Oh, they're along the floor. Is there one hanging loose that you can kind of see? Yeah, you can kind of see it here. Uh-oh. See this right here? Little LED light. This, it actually had working headlights and taillights, like a real car. That was one of the things I really wanted to do to make this more like a car, was put working lights on it. So it did have headlights and taillights. I think one of the headlights went out because somebody clipped it weird and damaged the wiring. I'm trying to look at it to see which one. But yeah. What's rolling around in here? Here we go. This is just the shell. I don't have the mechanics, the internal mechanics from this robot anymore. I actually lost them. Here is the legend. Look at all these little winter pogs. Look at that. There's at least 5. These are the nice ones. They started making them out of paper, I think, so I stopped putting them on the robot. But these are from an event called SWARC, Southwestern Alliance of Robot Combat. This thing that doesn't sit evenly on the table, this is Kill Switch, okay? This robot is 18 inches long, and I know that for a fact because when this robot was initially being designed, you notice the wedge, it kind of goes down and then it cuts and drops. This was just, we were going to ride this out all the way to a point until we found out that until we found out that there was a limit on length, so we had to cut it and make a nose cone, it turned out to be silver lining, because being able to make a replacement front end for this robot was a huge positive, because this thing got beat to hell. Like, this plow that's on the front, this is the original one with the bloody paint job, but we went through these front ends like crazy. This is just sheet aluminum that's been crimped and folded and, you know, stuck on the front with screws and pop rivets. They would get cut in half. They'd get destroyed. They'd get shredded, you know, and we'd just replace it. So we got, like, battle damage on the sides here. What's on the back? More where, like, the saw blade hazards were cutting into it. This side is kind of not so bad. Yeah, Goose pointed out rfshq.com, man. Back in the day, those were the days, Goose. Those were the days. Kill Switch. If I flip it over, this it had tank tracks. It had similar to the gearbox that was. Oh, this is all fucked up too. This is wood, by the way. I'll get to that in a second. We had tank tracks running along both sides here. We only had two 7.2 volt motors running it. We used there's a 9.6 volt like shrink wrapped pack of rechargeable AA's that was really popular with like radio controlled toys back in the early 2000s. It had a Tamiya plug end on it. That's what that was called, that little plastic plug. And we used those things for everything, right? Those batteries were dirt cheap. They were like $17.99 at the Toys R Us. They were 9.6 volts, so they were like right there in that butter zone, giving the juice, right? If you had 6 or 7.2 volt motors, you run them, you kick them up a little bit, you squeeze a little more power out of them, you get a benefit there. The packs, they come with the charger, you plug them into the wall. I mean, it's a ghetto charger. It doesn't have a power indicator, doesn't tell you how long it's charging for, but it came with the charger, so you can just plug it into the wall and be good to go. We lived on those packs, and we had one right here, was mounted in the center, and we had tank tracks running here in these gaps, and this back right here, this chunk of wood is like, it's slightly thicker than what comes after a 1/4 of an inch, 3/8, I think. This is a 3/8 inch thick. It's like pine or something. It's like stupid wood. This robot had a reputation for breaking the arena hazards in the Swark arena, because the arena was so small. This robot is 18 inches long. The arena is 48 inches square. This filled the box, so there wasn't a lot of room for me to move around. So sometimes I would like back into the hazards and I just break them. And they'd have to fix it between fights. Tough shit. But this thing was known for never being knocked out. You could never damage this thing enough and knock it out. The one time it got knocked out was it got flipped over by a robot called Fear Factor, which Leatherface has pointed out in chat. We fought Fear Factor. It's called Fear Factor Senior because that was the 3-pound version. By the way, this is a 3-pound robot. Look how big it is compared to my hand. This thing is fucking massive. It only weighs 3 pounds. Kind of like how Telefrag is 150 grams and is like huge. Telefrag is like mini Kill Switch, you know, just as successful too. But we actually had a rematch with Fear Factor. Unfortunately, this was from Swark's 9th event, which was filmed, but the videos were never released because there was some problem with the footage or the camera broke. Or, I don't know what happened, but that was like my best year at Swark, and I never got the footage, so I never got to see any of those fights. But I remember Fear Factor clipped me. I think that's... where's the hit? Is it on this shell? I don't know. This is the same shell. Anyways, this entire thing got flipped over by Fear Factor. Fear Factor had like these 2 little wheels and like a big fucking... It's like Nightmare from BattleBots. The big ass lawnmower blade that spun around. We had a rematch with Fear Factor with this robot with a different front end. I don't have it anymore. I think I gave the front end away. And that's what... Remember when I flipped this over and I said this is all fucked up and messed up and loose? Yeah, probably shouldn't flip it around in my hands like that. It's a good way to get cut. So Fear Factor, we started the fight, Fear Factor gets spinning, and I'm like, fuck this shit, and I plow, I just lead straight into Fear Factor. And Fear Factor's blade catches the front end of Kill Switch, and there's so much force in its weapon that this is just cheap-ass metal. Like, I can bend it with my hand like this. This was meant to be disposable. It cuts through all of this into the frame and dings. It stops and hits the battery pack that's located. You notice there's a hatch right here, just like on full auto with the screw, right? You take off the panel, access the battery. That's what this is for. So the battery's directly under this panel. Fear Factor's blade hits the battery and kicks it over this way into the treads, and the battery, the wires, and the pack itself just get all gummed up in there and seize up one of the tracks. So I'm like, uh-oh, But that hit was so significant that Killswitch took the hit, didn't get flipped over. Fear Factor's weapon embedded itself in the front of Killswitch, and the torque of the motor running the weapon pulled the entire robot forward and flipped it. This big-ass, nightmare-looking son of a bitch topples forward and lands in front of Killswitch and knocks itself out because this thing can't fucking die, okay? And I was like, oh man, I was freaking out, but it was time for celebration. But you know, it was great. You know, this originally had a silver. The first Killswitch was just silver. We had little goofy block lettering and stuff on here. Then I painted it black with like neon stripes. And then I did the blood thing, and then that just kind of ran into... you can't see it anymore, but right here where the 4 is, there used to be a bloody Roman numeral 3. You can kind of see remains of it stretching into where the little winter medals are. And then we just did 4 and like that. But this robot was built specifically to fight Darkblade, which is the 3-pound... Dark Forces robot that basically had 2 wheels in the back. Like Kingpin from BattleBots, that's a more contemporary example. It was built to fight that robot and outlast it and win. Just to tough it out. We wanted something as tough as possible. So my father and I started doing some tests on, you know, a lot of teams use like, you know, aircraft aluminum, or they would use like titanium, or you know, like thicker polycarbonate plexiglass, and all this stuff is very expensive. You know, I was in high school when I designed and built this with my dad, and we were trying to find the toughest thing, the toughest material you could get on a budget, and we found out that if you get that fucking, I think you can kind of see it here. Ignore all the lettering and stuff. This is drawings from other stuff. But this, you can kind of see it. You kind of see it right here. This is that fake wooden paneling. It's like a 1/16 of an inch thick or whatever. You put on walls like that 1970s wood paneling. And then on either side of it, there's a strip of just aluminum flashing. It's like an Oreo sandwich. It's like a thick, relatively thick compared to the metal, a thick plane of wood sandwiched between 2 layers of metal. And basically we found out in our testing that this sandwich style armor had the puncture resistance of, you know, regular metal. You know, obviously you could drive a spike through wood and stuff like that pretty easily, softer stuff. But the metal will resist being punctured. But it also had the shock absorbing capabilities of a softer material like wood. Right? You hit wood with a hammer, it just absorbs it. It kind of deforms and spreads it out over a long, you know, area. So puncture, concussive damage, all this rattling around, that doesn't affect Killswitch. I mean, if you hit it with a big enough fucking weapon, then yeah, it's going to damage it. But bumping and grinding in the arena, that stuff ain't going to affect this robot at all. It's just going to kick ass and haul ass over everybody. And that's exactly what it did for 4 variants. There is a picture of Killswitch. I think it's Killswitch 2. This was our first robot that ever had a sponsor, by the way. Shout outs to Edge Emulation, if you're still out there. EdgeEmu.com, one of my favorite websites when I was in middle school, getting all my ROMs and stuff. I guess I posted on like their message boards or something that I was building robots, and the admin was like, hey, if you put Edge Emulation's website on your robot, I'll give you a free premium account with no limits on how many ROMs you could download. Because this was back when bandwidth was still a thing, and you couldn't just download like gigabytes worth of files from someone's website because they wouldn't have the bandwidth for it. So we had, in some of the fight videos, it says Edge Emu on the back of the robot. and I got a free Edge Emulation premium account for that. They didn't give me money. They just gave me access to all the games I could ever be bothered to play. Edge Emu's still around. We should send them this picture and be like, hey, do you remember this? I should point out that the black and red kill switch last competed in 2004 before it went on hiatus. For 2017, the robot was re-engineered and it became Kill Switch 5. Kill Switch 5 GS, which stands for Gold Split. You may notice the gold paint job. Now, the reason why this robot was codenamed Gold Split is because in speedrunning terms, you guys probably know this, but for those of you that are like BattleBots fans that don't usually watch stuff on Twitch, you don't know nothing about speedrunning. When you're speedrunning a game, there's a thing called a split, which that could be it's like a landmark in a video game, right? You beat level 1-1 in Mario and you go to level 1-2. Well, you would make a split at the end of level 1-1. It's like a lap counter. You click it, the timer keeps going, but it records how long it took you to beat level 1-1, right? Easy example. Now, let's say you've been speedrunning it and you get a really good run. You get a really good time on Super Mario level 1-1. It's your fastest time by a big margin. I think it's about 10%, I think is how it's calculated. You set a split. Well, the program that keeps track of the splits shows that time. It shows it in green if you're ahead of, if you're going faster. It shows it in red if you're slower than your best time. But if it shows it in yellow, aka gold, that's called a gold split. That means the time you logged is your fastest recorded time, I think by a margin of 10%. So in speedrunning terms, a gold split is a substantial improvement over your best efforts to a significant degree. And this kill switch, 13 years later, by golly, running 11.7 lithium-ion battery under the hood. Very, very modern for the time. It still had tank tracks. We ignore the underside. We had to shave off weight. But we had a pod. This module sat on this frame sat on top of a pod, and I don't have the inner drive module anymore. I should also point out, talking about the classic kill switch, I don't have the internals for it either. I just lost them. Like I took back in 2004, I took the internals out of kill switch 1.0, and I hung on to them, put them aside, so that we could build because it was time for a new frame. This is beat to hell, right? We were going to build a new frame, and then, time got away. We kind of put it on the back burner, and when we got ready to start building it again a few years later, I could not find the parts. I somehow lost them. I don't know. To this day, I don't know where they are. But this one, I took out the drive pod because it got damaged, and I think I just discarded it because it was unsalvageable. But the drive pod sat in here, and it's still wood, still the same technology, except the front end is a little bit different. It's just all solid wood now, and the front end is really kind of chewed up because, robots have evolved over the time. But we had these 5... I think there's also, from 7 years ago, back when this robot was brand new, I think there is a video on the YouTube channel about Kill Switch 5. There should be one. You can reference that, whatever. But there's these terminals right here for screws, for mounting things in. We had the wedge, and you can see this one doesn't really taper off to a very even point. So what we decided to do was we made... this is the same thin flashing with the wood paneling design, but in order to modernize Kill Switch, we got a 1/8 inch thick hardened aluminum strip. We had these replacement nose cones that were trapezoid shaped, and they would bolt onto the front here. And I remember making in the video where I talked about this when we first built it, just the screw. Each screw for mounting in the front scraper. Each screw was like 13 or 17 cents or something, which I know that's not a lot of money, but for one screw, that much for once, that's a lot for one screw. So we bought like with the really grippy, toothy threads on the screws. We got the good stuff, and we got our ass kicked. Neither of the two scrapers survived. They all got dinged up and bent up, and I think I gave one of them away at the event, I think, and I don't know what happened to the other one. We incorporated onto the back of this robot a ram plate. It's just, remember those clothing spikes from the crocodile robot? I found some spares, and we got these little rammers in the back. This is the cool little power indicator on top of kill switch. Most robots, you just have to have a light that shows the power's on. We had 6. After I took the internals out, I left the parts inside. Maybe will this still turn on? It's kind of the connection's bad. Take a look at that. It would light up 6 red LEDs. There's a breadboard in the back right here. The battery connected. It's really bad. This, of all the stuff that got damaged, let's just address the elephant in the room. This paint job looks like shit. Looks like a deflated football, right? The texture. Of all the things in my workshop that really got damaged by Hurricane Harvey, this had it the worst, because this was hanging up on the wall, toward the ceiling, just the shell to show off the kill switch shell in the shop, and this got blown off the wall, and it was like submerged in water, which is what fucked up all the paint everywhere, right? This all got ruined and screwed up. So that's explains the ugly, nasty paint. So unfortunately, it looks like shit now, but it used to be really shiny and gold. Like, you could almost see your reflection in it. This robot won a fight, lost a couple, and it got too severely damaged for me to continue using this shell. The original kill switch shell from 20 years ago, we kept replacing the front end, but the chassis we kept reusing. This one, I mean, look at the front, it's all messed up, and we tried to do the same thing in the back where we put a big thick piece of wood, but some spinner fucking chewed it up and destroyed it in one hit. So robots evolve, they get stronger, and kill switch hasn't competed again since 2017. It kind of feel like it was a solid competitor back in the early 2000s, but in the late 2010s, things had moved on so much that it really couldn't hold its own. So it was time to let it go. Here's another... Uh-oh. Pieces are loose. Here's another non-combat application. Look at this. Look at that! Little radio-controlled car thing. Let me spin it around. Show you guys on the back. I have a knack for swapping out the motors on these, these things. I don't know. There's a truck shell that goes with this frame, and for the life of me, I could not find it. I think I gave it to my brother, because my brother Reflex, who actually drives monster trucks for a living, he collects monster truck stuff, and he went through a phase where he had like a HPI Wheelie King, and he was like making monster truck courses in the driveway and making sweet jumps and stuff like that. And I think he kept the shell from this truck, because that was from that era. But back when he had that Wheelie King and he was driving around everywhere, I wanted to make a truck that I could drive with him, and we could do head-to-head monster jam, truck shows in the driveway. This is what's left of a project called the Twilight Foundry Super Truck. And Super Truck is all one word, yes, for branding purposes. Twilight Foundry Super Truck, basically a monstrosity that did not work. Um, this thing in the back right here, it's actually wrapped in paper because this is just a temporary fit until I could find something better. Okay, remember how we had the little Jeep with the Speed 400 motor, the airplane propeller motor? This is a motor from a cordless drill. You know, it's supposed to run at 12 volts, but I was once again, you know, this section in here, I had a plank of wood that fit down in there, and one of those 9.6 volt battery packs fit perfectly in there. That's where I kept the electronics. So I was running it at slightly lower voltage, but you know, it was still plenty fast because it came from a fucking power drill. And basically, it doesn't have any suspension at all, unlike my brother's radio controlled truck, which had like proper like oil filled shocks. So when this thing landed, it landed hard and it would knock stuff loose. I got it working for one video, and I don't know where it is. It was on Reflex's YouTube channel. I'll ask him if he has it. He probably has it somewhere. But he did a supercut of like his radio controlled monster truck versus mine, and we're trying to do freestyle stunts and jumps and stuff like that. And you see my brother's truck is like hauling ass, hitting the dirt jumps and like jumping over all the Hot Wheels cars and stuff like that. And then this thing like rides up the ramp and kind of topples off the side. It can't pop a wheelie. It doesn't go very fast. It goes very fast for like 3 seconds. And then what happens is that I didn't have a good motor controller for this thing. I only had, you know, stuff meant for like 1 pound and sometimes 3 pound BattleBots. Those things can't handle the juice that a cordless drill motor needs to pull. It just doesn't work. So it would overheat and slow down and just topple over and crap out. And you know, there was a cool bright yellow pickup truck shell that went on top of this, and I worked really hard on it. I really wish I could find it because I was really proud of this thing. I would have liked to have been able to show it off tonight. Remember how I said full auto? The purple robot had working headlights and taillights. So did this pickup truck shell. It was like a plastic shell, and on the underside, there was all these LED lights that I wired underneath it up in the front where the headlights were and the taillights. And then there was a switch on where the back window should be. And you'd click it on. There was a little button cell battery on the shell, so all the lights were self-contained on their own circuit. You'd flip the switch on the back and the lights would come on. It was really cool looking. But you know, I think my brother has that. I think I gave it to him, you know, so for his collection. If I can find the Super Truck video, maybe I'll put it up on the Cola Incorporated channel or something. I don't know, but this is what's left of the Super Truck. As you can see, everything's just really zip tight. This was a temporary thing. I was still testing with it while I was driving it around so I could dial it in, but I could just never get it working quite the way I wanted, and so another thing that never got finished. Unlike the Jeep with the souped up motor, this one actually ran. So that's an improvement. That's a win in my book. Alright. Look at that. this thing. Can you read that? It says global domination. It just so happens that the little segments in this thing, there was just enough of them to fit all of those letters. So this thing, I don't want to take it apart because it doesn't really go back together all that well. So it's going to stay, it's empty inside. It's completely hollow. But this sphere of fear, this Death Star, this Deathticle, this thing, this is not my robot, actually. This was designed by a friend of mine named Jason, who was originally not part of my robot combat team in the early 2000s, and then after we graduated, then he joined the team, and we started building robots and stuff together. This thing, he was obsessed with, like, this is just a hamster ball, by the way, but it's been doctored up and spray painted, and parts of it have been glued shut so it stays whole. He was obsessed with building a ball that would roll around and fight. And there's a little, I don't have it, I can't find it, I think it got misplaced after Harvey or something, but there's a little two-wheeled drive pod that goes inside the ball. And it drives around inside the ball, and as it drives, the ball, it rolls around, right? Because it tries to drive up the side of the ball, and then it weighs it on that side, and it keeps rolling. And that's how the thing works, right? This is how it rolls around. Here's the opening where you put the hamster in. This has been glued shut. So my friend was obsessed with this. There's a video of this robot. I'll see it. It was filmed. This was filmed like 18 years ago. Such a long time ago. But there's a video of this, a prototype of this robot fighting something I built called Red Dragon, which was like covered in like paper mache and had a fucking saw blade on the front. It was like a 4-wheel drive. Hang on, it's like a 4-wheel drive box with like a undercutter red Diablo saw blade. I don't know what happened to that robot. I think I took it apart, and it's one of those things that was like completely disassembled, and I have nothing from it. But there is video footage of this thing fighting. I just can't find it. And my friend Jason could never quite get the drive module to work in here. He designed it and redesigned it and built it and rebuilt it, and it just wouldn't work. It would get hung up on the seams and the geometry inside the hamster ball, so we had to like shave the inside of the ball down and, you know, cut out and like, you know, glue the door shut and stuff like that. And he could never get it to work to his liking. And eventually he moved away. And just this stuff got left behind in my workshop. So I took it under my wing. I started working on global domination. I painted it gold. I gave it the lettering and everything else like that. But I was using the drive pod that he built like 15 years ago. And the problem is that it like too much, like it was like a solid piece of plastic with some stuff on it to like on the front. You can't see it again. To like right up, it was like it's like a plus shaped thing, right? You had the two wheels on the sides, and then you had these like inverted wedges on the front and back, like a wedge like this, not like this to go down, but to ride up, and then the inverted wedge would ride up the inner walls of the ball so it could climb the wall and then roll it around. And we just tinkered with it too much, right? We did too much to it, and there's no undo button in real life, so we just fucked it up. And I actually got it mobile and driving around and fully functional. But I realized that this thing is impossible to control. Like, you cannot drive this at all. You just can't. It doesn't work. It basically feels like you have no control over it while you're driving it. It just aimlessly goes wherever it wants to go. And for that reason, you know, it's like a Rambot. This actually has a page on the BattleBots update website. You can look at it. But it can't fight. It's not viable in the slightest. Also, I can't keep the ball from coming apart in half. It breaks in half all the time. I don't know how to I don't know how to put the little module inside the ball and not have the ball split in half. I haven't figured that out yet. So, until then, this robot's never going to see the light of day. But this is global domination. A robot that is almost 20 years old, that's never been finished, that's never seen the inside of an arena, and probably never will. Remember when I said I had that robot that had the servo drive? Check this out. Look. This is my... Oh, man. This is really dusty. This is really dusty. Wow. I should have cleaned some of this stuff up before putting it on camera. Look at this thing. Keep back 500 feet. Look at that. Little black thing. This build right here. Did you know there is structurally a difference between polycarbonate and acrylic? When I built this, I did not know that. And that's why the front of this thing is all shattered and chipped to hell, because one of those things is bulletproof plastic. The other one is the brittlest shit on the planet. Also, I didn't know this at the time. I learned this way after the fact. But if you spray paint polycarbonate, a chemical reaction occurs on the surface of the material that weakens it. So, like I said, this is not polycarbonate. This is acrylic. Oh, you thought this was a Kilohertz toy? No, this is not a toy. This actually comes off the base. This is like oak or something. I don't know. This is like a little wooden base we made. This is all, it's falling apart. But this is how it is presented. Nice and safe. That's how we drilled the holes in the side. Speed holes. We spray painted it on this. This Keep Back 500 Feet was built in 2003. It was the first proper sanctioned combat robot I built. Prior to this, everything I had built was just for garage open class combat, back alley stuff. This is the first one we actually had to follow some guidelines on, weight limits and stuff. So this weighs a pound, and this was built in 2003 when ant weights were just becoming a thing. And I watched old fight videos and got the deets, got the lowdown on the ant weights. Unfortunately, the problem is even by 2003, my information was a little outdated, because for the drive system, this robot used hacked servos, which is fucking slow. Really slow. Extremely slow. Servos are usually not meant to continuously rotate. They have a 270 degree range of motion, because they're the things that control the wing flaps on radio controlled airplanes. So they got to be tough, right? They got to be able to overpower all the wind and stuff blowing on the airplane wings. They got to be able to push against that to lower the flap to adjust your altitude and stuff. So servo motors are extremely powerful. They're really compact things, but they're really strong. So they're really common for lifters and stuff like that in this weight class. That's so much for drive. This robot could push a 3-pound beetle weight, no problem, but it can't outmaneuver anything. It got shredded by Dark Pounder, Dark Micro 44. It did win a thing, but it did win one fight by judge's decision, because the guy we were fighting was a radio-controlled BattleBots toy. So, yeah, Flight Risk uses a servo for its throttle. Yeah, if you have a gasoline-powered weapon, which I think you do, servos are used to on the throttle to pull the choke or whatever to juice up the weapon. So, servos have practical uses. It's just, don't use them for drive. Keep Back 500 Feet has a slot. You see the slot cut here? It had 2 weapons. It had a spatula lifting arm that could raise up, and it had a serrated clamping arm it could bite down with. It had about, I think, 3.5 pounds of force in its lifting thing. So it could raise people up, no problem. It could bite down and hold them, no problem. It's not visible here because this is only the shell. Should point out, we actually did have some sponsors on this robot. You can't really see it. I mean, this right here says Rick's RC, which was a local establishment. I needed a new antenna for my transmitter, and I told him I was building the BattleBot. He said that he saw him on TV and said that was cool. He gave me the antenna for free. It was $7. So I'm like, that's a sponsor right there, baby. That's a sponsor. And then Tower Hobbies. Again, I sent them, when I was ordering parts like the servos, I sent them an email out of the blue saying I'm a first-time BattleBot builder.
do you have any exclusive coupons I could use on this order? I think that's literally what I did. And they sent me like a 15% off thing, like a customer satisfaction coupon. So I'm like, that's a sponsor. Regular magical unicorn. Can we get some pogs in chat for Rick? Shout outs to Rick. And then on the back, the bugs have eaten the sticker, but it says aseuplink.com. Rest in peace. Shout outs. Pour one out. Leatherface is asking, how many encounters with the Dark Forces have you had? Too many. That's one of the reasons why I stopped going to SWARC, is because turnout in Texas was usually not very big compared to California and stuff like that. And I kept fighting that motherfucker. I got tired of it, right? Because, like, there's like a dozen and a half other robots I could be fighting, and every time they drew up the fucking brackets, they always put me up against the motherfucker Barrow and the Dark Forces, and I just got tired of it. I gave up on it. So that was the acrylic version of Keep Back 500 feet. After one tournament, we upgraded to aluminum, and we Keep Back 500 feet platinum. Platinum because it's made out of metal. We started doing this thing with some of our smaller robots, or whenever they would get overhauled, they became platinum. They went platinum, so we did that. Stay clear clamp zone, guys, and look, even came up with the little. Look at this. I'm really proud of this logo I came up with for the robot. I think it's really cool. I like it. So this is actually the robot assembled with its weapon. The little, can't really see it. It's paper thin. So if we lift this part up, here's the guts. Here's the servo drive, labeled 1 and 2 for the channels they took on the transmitter. And then labeled 3 is the weapon servo. They look the same, but this one has a different gear ratio. So it's like this has like twice the torque of like these ones. I got these. I tried to get the fastest servos I could get, which still weren't very fast. But this one was slower and more powerful. And then there's this little plastic thing in here. Is the tray where the batteries sat. It's just where they did. And we had these little brackets we mounted in where the chassis, this one's loose, the chassis is screwed onto these points right here. And yeah, we had that. This was done by Dark Micro 44, completely shredded the front. Fastest knockout in SWARC history, I think, was like 4 fucking seconds, I guess. Again, I'm like, okay, Dark Micro 44, first fight right out of the fucking gate. Yeah, sure. Oh, 1 hit, I'm dead? Okay, fuck you. So this thing right here, this serrated, this is cut from a piece of an erector set, I think. This right here, I was really proud of this thing. Starting to rust after all these years. I should point out, in the 6 fights that Keep Back 500 feet that this robot has participated in, never once did we get to use this. We either went in using the spatula lifting arm because the clamp would have been ineffective. Like, for example, fighting the Dark Forces robots, I don't want to clamp down on the spinner. I want to lift them up and high center them. So we went in with the spatula, and I never got to use this. This thing is, like I said, it's starting to rust now because it got exposed to moisture after Harvey and stuff like that. But for the longest time, this was just as shiny as it was the day I fucking cut it in 2003. 2 decades ago, I never got to use it. So that's my first, like I said, regulated, whatever the word is called. Oh, there's a SWARC sticker on the bottom. Shoutouts to that. Shoutouts to SWARC. Alright. Remember how I said I've been a BattleBots fan since 1999, and I've been building BattleBots since the year 2000? Guys, look at this. Behold, Metalhead. Look at this fucking thing. Look at this Metalhead. It says, at the top, it says, death by stealth. it's not very stealthy. It makes a lot of noise when you bang on it. I was like thinking of like, oh yeah, this is the OG. This is what's left of my very first robot. I was trying to think of like cool shit to write on the robot. I'm like, yo man, death by stealth. That's badass. The stealth, they don't know we're coming. And I just wrote that on the top of the robot. And it's okay. There's a wedge in the back. This on the front, these are all loose now. But we got these like screws, and I cut them down to a point so they were really sharp. This is the front. It says hazard, right? It's pokey, right? No smoking. I was like 12 years old when I built this thing, right? I tried to write cool shit on it. So if we flip it around on the back, guys, look at this. Remember when I said Team Tenchi? This is the one robot that features that name. Everything else is Twilight Foundry after this. I made a cool little X here. I put this is all masking tape. I put 2 pieces of tape, and then I traced it, and then I took the tape off. And it made a cool design. It made a cool little shape. I'm like, all right, that's badass. Slap it on there. Off the side it says Robotic Combat with a K, like Mortal Kombat. When I was in middle school, I made a BattleBots fan site on Homestead. I think it was either that, or I think that was before GeoCities. And it was called Robotic Combat with the K. And I don't know how it's gone now. But I just posted like pictures of BattleBots from like the Team Nightmare website that I thought were cool. It was, just stupid shit. It says danger, Team Tenchi on the side here. It's just covered in stickers and stupid shit. Right now, let me point out this robot's weapon, because you might be thinking why the ramp should be in the front. Actually, this is the back. The spikes are in the front, and this is gonna scratch my table. You see this thing right here? This little hole I can put my finger in, where it says death by stealth. This is where the weapon came out. So, Metalhead was built from recycled radio-controlled car parts, and I think a motor that we pulled out of a VCR or something. Like it was something I pulled out of like something that was broken, and we had a piece of flat. It was like 1/8 inch. It was aluminum. It wasn't steel, right? I was like, it's got to be metal. It's got to be pretty tough. I don't know what roton means. I was like, that's a cool word. I'm gonna write that on the robot too. I wrote it twice. It's over here too. Wrote it on both sides. It was we had a big aluminum. This robot looked like Hazard from BattleBots. Right, with the wedge and the big helicopter blade on top. So we had this big helicopter blade, and it spun. It spun pretty fast, I guess. I don't know how many RPMs. We never measured it. It just spun fast, and it looked pretty fucking baller. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. So we the event that we brought this to was sponsored by the middle school that I went to, right? And this was the only robot. Oh yeah, it says Mauler 3000 on the side too, because I'm like, the BattleBot was called Mauler 2000, and then this is 1,000 better. I forgot about that. I don't know why. That's not the name of the robot. The name of the robot is Metalhead. It says it right here, but it says like Roton Mauler 3000. It's like 15 names on this thing. But the chopper blade on top, it worked, and we brought this to the school at the event, and I'm pretty sure the teachers that were like running the thing were expecting kids to just have like, RC cars with like nails on them or something. They weren't expecting someone to show up with a with a helicopter blade. So I got there, and I'll never forget the teacher. I don't remember his name, so I guess I did forget partially. But he was just the guy that was like writing down everyone's name as they showed up, and Metalhead. And he noticed the helicopter blade, and they felt threatened by that beast. They did, because they were like, we weren't expecting this. So they made me like They made me set it down on the ground in the little arena. The arena was like just wood, like a foot tall wood in a square. There was no plexiglass walls or any of that shit. It was just open. So they had me set it in there, and they made sure no one was near it. They had me turn it on, and then turn it off, and then turn it on, and then turn it off. And then they had a little obstacle course where you went around like bricks and paint cans and stuff. And then they had me turn it on and hit the paint can to see what it would do, and then turn it off. And and eventually they made me test it like half a dozen times. And by the time we finally put this thing in the fucking arena, who was the guy we were fighting? What was it named? It was called like. It was a robot that was armed with like a. Well, he also had a spinner, but it was like one of those little handheld, those shitty little Chinese handheld drills. It was like a little black box with 4 wheels that had that stuck on the front of it, and it was called. I want to say it was called Extreme Knucklehead. I think was the name of that robot, and we turned like the fight started. The guy when they blew the whistle or said go or whatever. And I hit the switch on the remote, the transmitter. The blade makes a couple of slow rotations and then just stops. And then smoke starts coming out from right here. And I'm like, oh, okay, so all that shit they had me do to test it for safety, that was straining the motor, right? So that was all that was damaging the internals. So when it finally came time to fight, I didn't even get to hit anybody with the goddamn weapon. After all that, we turned it on, turned it off, hit the paint can. Never got to hit anyone with the spinner. Such a letdown. But again, so we just basically rammed into people with the spikes and pushed them around with the wedge. And since that's basically what everybody else was doing, this is really heavy too. Oh god, it's loud. This is made from like that air duct aluminum. This is really fucking heavy. And no one could damage this. No one could damage it. So we won. We only beat like 3 people, but that was it for the tournament. And it was like, okay, Metalhead wins. I'm like, all right. Pretty cool. Imagine what I would have done if I had that spinner going. But this was my first. This is the OG. In case you're wondering, what happened to the internals of Metalhead? Well, there was a Metalhead 2, and there was a robot that came after Metalhead 2 that those parts went in. Basically, I kept a shell to remember how the robot was, but the parts inside are still. They have value, right? Again, nobody could get through this. They couldn't damage anything, with the exception of the weapon motor that cooked itself. The drivetrain and the batteries and everything else was fine, so that all went on to be used in other robots. And it got used and reused until it eventually broke and got damaged or something and thrown out. So we kept the shell, and I've kind of been tinkering with like wanting to like cosmetically revive this robot and put the shell back on, build a little base for it, and not use it for combat, but just make it so that it can move around again. So just haven't done it yet, but this is the shell that started it all. Ironically, the second Metalhead, you'll see it in the video here in a little while. We changed out the armor to like cardboard covered in styrofoam, but we still called it Metalhead. That was stupid. That didn't win. That robot fell apart in the arena. Like, I still wanted to have spinners, so we had these 2 angled spinning discs that both spun inward in opposite directions, and I'm like, man, this is gonna tear shit up. And the robot was too heavy. The weight limit was 6 pounds, and we had to take the plow off the back, and that messed with the center of gravity of the robot, so everything was really front heavy, and it couldn't move around. And the weapon was mounted on like shit, so one of the blades fell off in our first fight, and then the frame buckled, and then we lost. That's it. Alright. Put that down there. Look at that guy. Look at this. Little Hamtaro guy. Little pequeño man. That little team mascot right there. This guy, little Hamtaro. Let's see who this is. Copyright 2002, yeah. I remember when I found this, I got this, I bought 4 of them on clearance at a Walmart when I was in high school. And I was like, they could be a cute little sacrificial animal on our BattleBots. And so we tied on like a little like ninja headband on these guys. We had one of them. We had a little an unused pop rivet, which it kind of looks like a little sword, a little training sword. And it just so happens like only Hamtaro's, the ends of his hands are sewn into his belly, so you could fit the handle of the sword right down in here, and it would look like he was holding the sword. So we had like a little ninja sword Hamtaro. We used electrical tape to make the black headband, and we put him on. This one is kind of dirty because he's been used in battle. We put him on the robots sometimes. They never got destroyed. Little voodoo dolls, they never got destroyed. They just bounced around, ricocheted everywhere, and we picked them up afterwards. In 2003, at the Swark event, Andy Sorrow of Slap 'em Silly and MCP Pants fame, he was at the event, and I met him, and I gave him one of my Hamtaro ninja plushies. Maybe he still has it. I don't know. It'd be nice if he did, you know. Maybe he's like, who the fuck is this guy? When it gets rid of it. Remember the Pussytron 4000? Here's the base. Take a look at this. Look at that. Look at that thing. Look at this right here. This little boy right here. Woo! Don't touch that. That's sharp. It's also getting kind of rusty because, you know, on account of being exposed to the elements. This is pretty much just the radio-controlled tank base that originally in the Pussytron 4000 video, there was a piece of particle board here that was slanted, and then that it's the saw blade is buried underneath a bunch of stuff down here. I can't reach it. It's on the bottom underneath a bunch of robots. There was a blade, that fake blade went right here in the video. But then I eventually kept working on it and put a little you guys can see that. Put a little nasty blade on that thing, a little slicing wheel. So it's just, you know. Oh, the belt rotted. That's good. The little rubber belt I had on it rotted and came off. But there's a little, you know, the little pulley system here mounted on the front. You know, this would all be covered by a thing of metal, right, if I finished it. But I had this big antenna went up the top. Just kind of got squished, though. I was going to make a kind of trapezoidal top for it out of metal and, you know, fight with it. Just as a, you know, it's not really a serious competitor. It's just kind of a weekend hack job that I put together. Basically a joke for the show. You know, I bought this thing as a gag to tinker with when I was bored when I lived in San Antonio. And then we did the Pussytron 4000 gag with it, and then it's just kind of what's left. So, you know, this is a motor out of a tape deck, out of a cassette player, and you know, I don't know the pulley gear ratio. I don't know the math. It just spins this pretty quickly, and you know, it puts some serious slices in cardboard, guys. This right here, deadly. But you know, this is pretty cool. There's actually video. I have video of this driving around on my porch outside. This is still fully operational. As long as I can find the transmitter that goes with it. This is actually the original board that it came with, so the crappy little plastic toy transmitter that goes with this still works, and surprisingly, it powers this. I didn't really have to do much to this to get this to work. You can kind of see I've bodged some stuff on, and this is held on with, this is the electrical tape, because I didn't have a soldering gun when I was in San Antonio. So that's just kind of there. I think this one's like it too. Yeah, oh, this is coming off, though. The connections, oh, that's sticky. I don't like that. I don't like that. So, this robot, originally called the Pussytron 4000, I later renamed it to the Destroyer,
but it never got finished. I can still probably wrap this up. This might make a nice, weekend project again if I ever get around to it. I got to replace the belt and all this stuff, but this is still a finishable machine, and I would like to send it out in combat just to see it get destroyed. One thing I do want to point out is all of these sweet ass metal hubcaps, these little circles for the tank wheels, whatever these are called. I bought these little things and I put them on there because I wanted it to look cool. But there's no screw on this back one, so I couldn't put one there. What we got? We're talking about the Dark Forces, all these fucking robots. I made this 20 years ago. Oh shit, it's stuck on my thumb, it's sharp. It's a little voodoo doll of Dark Micro 44. The spinner, whatever. Little blade. Little spinner. Whatever, it's kind of mounted on there. This is like a little thing. I made this out of a piece of scrap metal and folded it up. And I stuck this on Russ Barrow's fucking work table at the event. And I'm like, I'm putting the juju on you, and he thought it was funny. But I eventually kept it. I just took it home with me so I could take a picture of it and post it online. I'm pretty sure I made one of these for like Dark Pounder too, but I can't find that one. I can only find this one, and it looks like it got squished at one point because it's all kind of jacked up. I think they got squished or somebody stepped on it. I don't know. But, making little voodoo dolls of robots. I don't really see that anymore, Remember on BattleBots when Mo had the little voodoo doll of Overkill and stuff like that, made out of the skateboard wheels and stuff like that, That's kind of what got me the thing. Oh, wait, this is how the robots were made? It's folded 3 times? Well, if it was folded 1,000 times, it would be Damascus. This is one of my proudest builds. It's still mostly complete. However, it is probably, alongside the golden kill switch, the most heavily damaged from Hurricane Harvey. So, let me... Oh, fuck. Guys. This is Terminal Impact. This is what's left of Terminal Impact. The disc, the pizza pan, is very severely, heavily rusted. It kind of had a patina to it. This was built in 2001. This was the robot I built after the original Metalhead. I came back with another big ass spinner, and this was mounted on like a. Well, I'll show it to you in a second. But the axle is all bent. It's all fucked up from getting damaged in storage and stuff like that. But basically, got these little... There's nothing on the end of this one. This was a bad example. This one, here we go. Little suitcase padlock on the end of that. This bad boy spins around and dings up everyone. We got this bumper on the front. Behind that is like a PVC frame. And basically... run into people with the bumper, and if you notice, the disc is just like 1.5 inches behind the front of the bumper. This is so that when we ram into somebody with the bumper, this can keep on spinning and rack up the damage points. It just makes a lot of noise. Maybe it doesn't do a whole lot of damage, whatever. It is built, it is hacked together from an RC car. You kind of see it down here, but then we got this bad boy poking up right here. This is a 12-volt... I don't know the brand or anything, but this is a 12-volt motor from a portable fan that plugged in, like... I guess if, like, the AC in your car stopped working, this was like a fan that plugged into your cigarette lighter and ran off of 12 volts, and it, like, clipped onto your dashboard or something, so it could blow cool air at you. So it was, 12 volts. So to run it, you may have noticed there's this right here. You know those big ass. Here, I got one. You know these things? These big ass flashlight batteries, like
as seen in the back of the Bezos blaster. Yeah, we had 2 of those wired in parallel. One here, and one here on the other side. And linked it all in, and powered, like, okay. This is stupid. So, you probably noticed this. With Metalhead, we figured out how to get the weapon to turn on from the transmitter. But the one we used for Terminal Impact only had 2 channels. We didn't have a 3rd channel for a weapon, and the parts we used on Metalhead they were being used again on Metalhead too, so I didn't have a spare. So we hardwired a master rocker switch directly onto the robot to start the spinner manually, and then step away from the robot and then drive it. Probably the least safe application we could have gone with. And apparently nobody cared, but like, you'll see it in videos where like somebody reaches in to turn this on and then steps away from it. Yeah, this is what turned it on. But there's wiring back here. It's all coming apart and rotting. You know, this wiring runs down the side down here and goes up into something in here. I don't know. You know, like, it's been so long I've forgotten how this works. So basically you made Blendo? Yeah, pretty much. Kind of like how Jamie Heineman had to start it with the big power drill from the top, the starter motor, except we just like reach in, turn this on, and step away from it. This robot, unfortunately, like, this one also got soaked. It got drenched in water, so and then it just rusted, so it looks like shit now, and it's making a mess, and it comes apart, which is really unfortunate because, you know, you can kind of see remnants of the lettering here. There was a whole design along the disc, right, with the lettering that wrapped around and the team name and stuff like that. But it's all basically shot, which sucks because I actually intentionally took pretty good care of this robot. You like how it's screwed to the fan? Yeah, you like these? So it's like it's just direct mounted. Like there's no pulleys, no fuck. This is direct on the fucking motor. It's just sitting right on there. This is the fan that actually came with the motor. This is the fan that will blow cool air on you in your car. So we just drilled it into the thing. Easy, done, solved. But this is a Terminal Impact. This robot kind of, before it got damaged, it traveled with me to various events, and we put it on display for people to see. You know, it's not a historically significant robot in the grand scheme of things, but it's important to me. And I'm passionate about stuff like this, so I like to I kept this robot mostly complete, even with like old batteries on it, just unplugged, so that it, you know, you could see it with batteries installed, so what it kind of would look like in action. But you know, I actually have a new pizza pan that's not rusted, and it's all, I actually measured out where the holes go. I can replace the pizza pan, but I'm kind of torn because I'm like, you know, this is technically the original one, so do I upgrade the pizza pan cosmetically? You know, I'm kind of torn between that. I feel like I probably should put the new pizza pan on it, just so it looks better. Because really, with the shiny new pizza pan, this would probably look 10 times better. But as it stands, you know, this robot, the first event that I went to at the school, Metalhead, was the winner. This one won the second one because nobody could top the spinning pizza pan of death. We went back to the drawing board and trying to figure out how we can make Terminal Impact better. So we brought it back to the next event and replaced the disc with the meter stick covered in nails. And that, believe it or not, that plan did not work. Shocking, I know. So after that, we went back to the pizza pan with teeth on it. This robot. Oh, I know what happened. How could I forget? This robot killed itself. That's why it doesn't work anymore. That's why all this shit is falling apart underneath it. Yeah. Okay. So, we have flails, right? We didn't put teeth on the disc because we didn't think it would be able to handle the impact of hitting somebody, of cutting into somebody hard with a tooth on the end of the disc. So for the first event, it had these padlock flails. For the second event, it had that big bar that just didn't really work. And then when we put it back, we were like, what happens if we actually do put teeth on the disc? And there was a robot called Panel. I'll never forget this robot. I actually saw the builder at the doctor's office a couple of years ago. We caught up. Built by a guy who made the robot from parts salvaged from radio-controlled boats. Like the motors and I guess the electronics. I don't know what he built it out of. But it was basically a big upside-down cardboard box with 6 dustpans on it. Looked like shitty Biohazard, okay? Got the dustpan on the front, 4 on the sides, 1 on the back, drew a little mouth on it. There's actually a replica of Panel in the RFS AI Pack 2.0 for Robot Arena 2. It's on itch.io if you want to see it. You know, just a heads up. We have Biohazard at home. Yeah. Panel kind of stuck with me because it had a really strong drivetrain, but the robot was like just a total piece of shit. It was plagued with like mechanical and electrical failures. It just couldn't, it just didn't want to live. You know, poor Panel. There were 4 events held at the school that I went to. Panel competed at the last 3. And it only won 1 fight, and the fight it won was against Terminal Impact. I'll never forget the first time Panel competed at its first event. There was a combat between the robots, and then there was an obstacle course where you drove around a trash can and bricks and the paint cans and stuff like that. And there were 2 winners: whoever built the robot that went through the obstacle course the fastest, and whoever won the combat tournament. Right? So Panel is the only robot in the history of this event that was at the school that was disqualified from the obstacle course. It knocked itself out, and it like the person with the stopwatch didn't know what to do. So like after the robot was dead for 20 or 30 seconds, he just counted them out in the obstacle course. So like there was a thing you had to drive around and go wide, and there was like it was like 2 bricks, and then 2 bricks stacked like that, like a little Jenga tower. And Panel, slow as shit, but it actually starts building up speed and kind of banks around this turn, and we're like, oh shit, man, it's actually moving. And it makes a beeline straight for these bricks and hits the stack of bricks and knocks it over and like fucks up the front of the robot. And then like it just kind of slowly backs up and goes to the side, and then slowly drives forward and hits the bricks again. Like it clearly screwed something up when it ran into the barricade, and it just stopped working. And that poor kid, like, he tried. So many people went to this event and they just had like RC cars with like nails poking out of them, right? But every once in a while, like about a third of the people who were there, they did stuff like this where they took a car and hacked it apart and put extra parts on it and stuff like that. And Panel was made from scrap parts. God bless him. The kid tried. But then in both Panel and Terminal Impact's third outing, we came back with teeth on the disc and got spinning at the start of the fight. Both robots crept out into the center. Terminal Impact is actually a pretty slow robot. It's very heavy. We both crept out of our starting corners, and I landed a light blow on the front of Panel. Dinged up the front a little bit. We'd separate, drive around, and then make a charge at each other again. And I hit Panel so severely that it like dug into the corner, like one of the front corners, and just ripped the whole front of it open. Like the dustpan's coming off and the cardboard's been torn. And Terminal Impact I think this is what bent the axle. It just violently whips around 180 degrees. And then just doesn't move. Completely unresponsive. The spinner is off. It doesn't respond to the transmitter. And then Panel damaged, crippled, bleeding out as we speak, slowly crawling away from the collision, right? And we only had like the one person with the stopwatch doing the fight, and he starts doing the 10 count, and I remember looking over at Matthew, is the builder's name of panel. I remember laughing and looking over at him, and he looked so crestfallen, and I realized that whenever the guy said the fight's over, and he said panel wins, and Matt immediately lights up. He thought he was being counted out. He didn't even realize I fucking broke down. Like, he's so used to panel getting its shit pushed in. He's like, oh, I guess I lost again. You know, like, it's that was the one fight he won, and he won it because I self-destructed. That's that's where the axle got bent. But anyways, that's terminal impact. Keep back 500 meters. I almost said feet again. Keep back 500 meters. The reason why it's meters and not feet is because this, in the United States, this is called a ferry weight. But in the United Kingdom, this is an ant weight. But in the United States, an ant weight is 1 pound. In Europe, it's 150 grams. Same name, different weights. So, because this is European, we converted feet to meters. Not directly, because 500 feet does not equal 500 meters. More along lines like 160 or so. But let's change the name. I kind of got... There's a story behind this. This used to have a little clamper on the front, but it got completely fucking wrecked. Swark has hazards in the corners of the arena. They're little horizontally mounted saw blades. One of them is a cast iron barn star painted like the Texas flag, and that son of a bitch does a lot. That's a lot of damage, to quote the Flex Seal guy. At one of the events, the person who's in charge of the arena hazards at Swark accidentally turned on the hazards for the first ferry weight fight, and then they just decided, oh, well, since we accidentally turned it on for one fight, we might as well just turn it on for all the fights to make it fair. That's stupid logic, right? Whatever. So we were fighting a robot called DM-150, which is like complete control. It's got the little plow that lifts up and a little clampy boy. And it's kind of like this thing, just this doesn't lift up. And we were fighting that thing, and we kept getting our ass kicked. The weight limit is 150 grams. This robot weighs like 105. It's very underweight. It's just too small. We could have built it bigger, but we didn't, because this was the first 150 gram robot we ever built. And it was so small that it's underweight. So we were, you know, on the back step. And we basically get pushed into the, like, we get flipped over. And you'll see in the fight, if I can remember what fight it is, we get flipped over and we get counted out. They ring the bell, meaning the fight should be over. But as soon as they ring the bell, they flip us back over onto our wheels again, and then they just let the fight continue. I've already set my transmitter down, and I hastily pick it back up to start trying to drive around again, and then he flips us over again. And he just rolls us over and then eventually carries us into the barns, like the fight is supposed to be over. And he pushes us intentionally into the hazard, and it completely shatters the outer shell of this robot, which is why it's all covered in metal flashing. And this robot has fallen apart over the years, but there used to be, because the little mechanism for the little clamping arm just got, like, this whole front end got completely torn into, and, like, the little tiny little parts we had in there that everything was mounted to, completely fucking blown up. And we couldn't make new ones. This was salvaged from old stuff, so we didn't have a replacement. So we just built a wedge on the front and stuff but the wedge is falling off, and this is all that's left of it. But I was really pissed off about that. But one thing that should still work is the little power indicator back here. This robot is, how old is it? 21 years old? That still works. That little blue light still comes on. There's a little button cell battery in there that's still alive 2 decades later. One of these days I'm going to flip that switch and the light's not going to come on. And I'm going to feel bad about it, But it still impresses me to this day that over 21 years later, the little indicator still comes on. We just mounted it in there with the, never going to take it out. So when it dies, it dies. But it'd be like the save game file in my Pokemon game. Do a couple of thwackers. Guys, you guys know those BattleBots RC car toys that were popular in the 2000s? Everybody was making ant weights out of them. I did one too. Look at this boy right here. Look at this. Guys, I've actually been trying to rebuild this robot as a 3-pounder. This is a 1-pound robot. This is Super Turbo Baby Puncher. Nowadays known as STBP, because LOL so random edgy humor from when I was 16. It's not as funny, and it's still, okay, it is funny, but I'm not going to have a robot called Super Turbo Baby Puncher. We're not going to do that. This center portion is taken out of this is the center of a radio-controlled BattleBots RC toy. It was like $30. You get them at KB Toys. A lot of people strip them apart for their drive motors. I actually have these little drive motors. I have like 3 pairs of them somewhere that I just got from other things. But it's named as such because there was okay. In Doom 3 for PC, there's an arcade cabinet that you can interact with, and it's called Super Turbo Turkey Puncher 3, by the way. And somebody made a Photoshop on something awful of the arcade cabinet, and this is really faded to hell, but it's Super Turbo Baby Puncher. And I just thought that was the funniest shit ever. I was like, that's the alpha and the omega of comedy. I will never see anything as funny as this in my entire life. And then I watched like Kung Pao, the movie, and then I'm like, okay, I changed my mind. But this thing, it's hard to describe how we built this thing. We just kind of did this, right? We didn't have a name, just a random ass name. The design, look at these big wheels. It's like 4-inch diameter wheels. When we built this set the record for largest wheels on an ant weight on an RFL sanctioned fighting robot. I think the record has long since been beaten, but we built this robot with the intention of setting a record. The wheels literally weigh 1/3 of the weight of the robot. It's really... This is meant to run at 6 volts. It actually runs at, I think, 4.2. It's supposed to take 4 AA batteries to power it, but we had to use 4 nickel-cadmium rechargeable batteries because they're ever so slightly lighter than alkaline batteries, but they give less juice. So it's not even as fast as a regular thing. And its weapon, this thing, that came off a ceiling fan. Literally in the workshop, the little pull chain for the ceiling fan, I pulled it off. I'm like, that's the weapon. It's going to spin around. It's going to swing the ball and chain. There's no spikes. It's not a big ball, but again, this is solid brass. It's like an ounce, It's just like an ounce right there. The whole thing, we only have 16 ounces to work with, and this takes up 1. So, that's already... I can't do the percentage. Was that 8% of the robot right there or something? I don't know. But we just built this with these big wheels, named it Super Turbo Baby Puncher. It's never won a fight. Never won a fight. This robot, one of the fights we lost, I forgot to put a set screw in one of the wheels, and it just kind of falls off in the middle of the fight, and it's really pathetic and really upsetting. It's really embarrassing, too. The other 2 fights were from Robot Rebellion 9, which those footage never got released. This robot got its ass kicked. One of these, I don't know which one of these gearboxes has been stripped, and I need to replace it, but I just never did. We actually got pushed into that fucking Texas Barnstar, and it wrapped up the chain and sucked the robot in and just stripped one of the gearboxes, and we had to forfeit our second fight because I didn't have a replacement. So this thing, you know, just a meme. Just a piece of junk. Built it as a joke. Let me show you this. Remember those clothing spikes from earlier? This is the third time you're seeing them. This is a little mace I built with the intent of being on the new Super Turbo Baby Puncher, where it's just called STBP. I actually have, I've selected some really big-ass wheels. They're in my garage somewhere. I've got drive motors. You know, I've got a lot of the parts to build this robot with. I just haven't done it yet. But this one, you know, nice little, heavy little spiky boy here. I would like to envision the robot being able to spin around in place, and then also be able to reverse and swing overhead, you know, kind of pound from above. And then, of course, ram. You know, we got the spikes in the front. So I put this together. Some of the spikes are kind of coming loose. They need to be tightened up again. I actually lost this. I misplaced this somehow, and I only found it a couple of years ago. I made this like 8 years ago, and I only found it recently. I don't know. It just kind of turned up. I don't know. I don't know if where I found it is where I originally misplaced it, or if somebody else found it and put it there. But whatever the case, I found this again, and someday this will be a robot weapon. Let me show you one of my greatest disappointments. Wow, this wheel is all fucked up. Doesn't help that the rubber is literally rotting away. Maybe that'll stay on there. Alright. Oh, this one says Edge Emu on it. This is back from when we had the sponsorship. Take a look at that. Look at this one. Speaking of FlackBots, that's a 3-pound detonator, baby. Detonator Dragon was the full name of this robot, Detonator Dragon. And look at it from this. There you go. Kind of look at it. Kind of has that angular face, you know, with the little dragon face. It's a motif a lot of my robots have. We got this little spiky boy right here called the French Kiss of Death. You know, reptiles got that little forked tongue. This has got all these little points coming out, and it's got, can, you know, go like swing it that way and swing it every which way. So let's address the elephant in the room. Let's look at it this way, because this is where it's really fucked up. Look at that side. Look at how jacked up this thing is. This robot, this is mostly an RC car. Most of it is. Like, I found this really cool, like, dragster at a charity shop, and I'm like, man, it's like, I looked at it, and it looked like it was like a wedge. And like, with a few modifications, I can make this into like a wedge thing, and it kind of looks like a crocodile or a dragon head or something like that. And I'm just going to do something really cool with it. And these are the actual wheels it came with. They were pneumatic. Can you fucking believe that? These tires were capable of going flat. I did not know that when I bought it. And let's show off the... Guys. Apparently it's edgeemu.net now. I don't know if it was ever .com or if I actually got it wrong on the robot. I don't know. This robot... when we tested with it, it really... You can also see the access panel used to go right here on top. That's missing. I don't know where it is. Maybe it came off somewhere. I have no idea. This got destroyed because the motors are way in the back right here, and the weight is all the way out in the front right here. So in order to whip this thing around, these motors draw a lot of current. And the little crappy speed controller we had, again, it's a matter of not being able to handle the current we're trying to draw at the same time. And this is all fully enclosed. There's no airflow, so it just overheated constantly. Once it got hot, it just wouldn't cool down, and it wouldn't work. The robot would work for about 20 seconds, nonstop, and then it would just start cutting out randomly. Like, we wouldn't be able to spin. We would drive and then stop moving, and then park, and then not be able to move, and then start moving again. There's actually, you can see here, this is actually a hole. Well, was a hole, but there's like ventilation up in like this, and then the access panel we punched a really neat diamond shaped pattern into. We tried to give it as much airflow as we possibly could. But there was really, you know, aside from having a little computer fan in there actually blowing on the circuit board, there was nothing we could do. It wouldn't work. It just would overheat. That's simple as that. Yeah. It's just, it was a really good build. This was custom made for us. This little ding dong right here. I don't know who made it. It was a local metal shop made that. And, They made it for free because they were like, oh yeah, well, you can't see it, but it's like a little stick, and then there's like braces that ride along the inside of the frame right here. So this wasn't loose, right? It looks flimsy, but it's actually anchored in here really, really sturdily. And I mean, look at it's fucking all bent up. Like that's what robots are. This is like solid, like tempered steel, right? And it's just all fucked up from a couple of hits. We fought a couple really nasty spinners, namely Buzz and Wrath of Abomination. Like, Abomination from Slark was a really shitty 3-pound undercutter. Just couldn't hurt a fly. It was a piece of crap. It was like a friction-driven spinner that just did no damage. And then it just so happens, like, when we bring this piece of shit to Slark, Abomination has been rebuilt into Wrath of Abomination, which uses like a fucking belt-driven, big-ass, you know, laser-cut steel disc. I'm like, oh man, that sucks. It's also a vertical spinner now. I guess we're dead. That's what happened here. All this fucking Wrath of Abomination did that. That's what I get for shit-talking them. So Detonator only competed once. It got this was built around an existing frame, and it got so thrashed that we couldn't, we couldn't compete with it. You can see this wheel right here, like, this is the one that's coming off the hub. The rubber is all hardened and it's all rotting and coming away in chunks. But some of this was damaged from the arena. Fun fact, I don't remember where, but there was this team people in the team, I think it was my dad. We did a contest on a website to name this robot. And we built it and didn't paint it. It was just silver, and we showed it off. And we were like, name the robot. And we had a different weapon up front. And there was like a dozen names got submitted. And then there was like a 3-day voting period. The winning name, very 2004 humor, was Space Nachos. Space Nachos. And that, you know, democratically won the vote. And my dad was like, we're not naming the robot Space Nachos. And I'm like, all right, we're not. He's spoken. All right, I'm the team captain, but he just said what everyone else was thinking. We're not naming it Space Nachos, okay? Look at this. It doesn't have any decals on it anymore because they've all rotted away. But look, what's this? That's that little patented Twilight Foundry Robotics access panel. A lot of these robots have them. I told you, it's just the easiest way to pop it in, plug something in, get in there, and go. This is Earthquake. And it's actually not all one word for branding purposes. Earth and Quake were two separate words. And I don't know why. That's just how I designed it. This monstrosity, we put all of the weight into the drive motors. You look on the bottom, it's like Lexan, got some duct tape covering up some of the fasteners so they don't get damaged. Master power switch right here. Basically, the gearboxes we were using for Kill Switch, hauling ass. Pushing guys around, not taking any shit from anybody, right? We were like, what if Kill Switch but 2? Can we make it fit? Can we get 4 gearboxes, 1 for each tire, and make it work? And as it turns out, the answer is yes, but with no armor, because this armor is literally like the decorative grating you put around the bottom of your house so like cats and raccoons don't get underneath it. This provides no protection whatsoever. A fucking spike could get in here and fuck up our electronics, okay? That's how dire it was. But we actually, the wheels have long since rotted away, but we had, you see, these little channels in the tires. We had a strip of foam tubing that went around the inside of the tire, and then that was glued in, and then it was covered in our... Oh my god, it's rotting away in my fingers, look. Jesus Christ. Our secret weapon was tennis racket grip, because it was really spongy and grippy and sticky. We made a lot of our custom wheels out of that, and that's why they're all rotting away and peeling and turning into nasty dust. It's gross. But we made 4 custom wheels for the gearbox, and it's funny. They used to have those little... I can't get it now because it's already buried underneath everything, but there used to be a hubcap on this little hub we did, because we took these from a radio-controlled car, and the little yellow and silver hub that went on these wheels, I took them off, and we put them on the Twilight Foundry Super Truck. Just a piece of trivia. But this thing, just a big-ass plow. And this is all bent up because it's taken a lot of damage. You see there's some nicks in it. This piece of metal is a shoe display from like a Target or something. They were like throwing out some of their fixtures, and there was this really heavy, really thick metal shoe display. It's like 1/8 of an inch thick. It's really thick. And it just kind of, it was like perfectly angled to be like a BattleBot weapon. You kind of can't see how it's... You really can't see how it's mounted in there because everything's all covered up. But I picked out of the trash, and I'm like, that's going to be the plow, because we had to drill some speed holes in the plow. The things we drilled out looked like little gears, and I later used them for a light-up sign project for my brother for his Xbox Live Gamer tag. But we basically built this from... We went to the same place we got the gearboxes for Kill Switch. We bought 2 of them, 2 sets. Put them all together. Realized it was like 2 1/3 pounds. We're like, we got literally nothing left for armor. Oh, I should also point out this used 2 batteries as well. 2 9.6 volt batteries, 1 for each set of gearboxes, because this was a power hungry son of a bitch. But it worked out. It paid off in our favor, because much like how Telefrag just outpushes everything in its weight class, this kind of did the same thing. Nobody could really top this. I mean, there were robots that had comparable drivetrains, but we just didn't meet in the arena. So this would fight somebody and just completely overpower them. We fought Dark Pummeler, which is the 3-pound version of Dark Pounder. This fucking kicked its ass and ran circles around it. Russ didn't know what to do. This just scooped him up and took him into the wall. You know, he tried to play it off by saying he was thinking about retiring Dark Pummeler, so he wasn't really, putting a lot of effort into charging the batteries and keeping up with it for that event. I'm like, no, man, you lost. You lost to me, okay? Shoes on the other table now, motherfucker. So, I misplaced it, but there is a photo of this robot where it's wearing its, like, 2nd place medal, and I don't know what happened to that medal. I can't find it. I've misplaced it somewhere, and that upsets me, because that's a special thing to me. That was my... Aside from, like, the events at the school, this was my first, like, officially sanctioned event, like, podium finish. We didn't get first. We got 2nd. We lost to, oh, this thing can't drive upside down. We lost to a guy that flipped us over. Just a big guy with like a big servo spatula thing just went whoop, and this son of the bitch went, oh no! Just flipped over. We couldn't ride ourselves. That's our only weakness. But this is Earthquake. It did really well, and then that was the last event I competed at for a while, because, like I said, I kind of got burned out, and I was really unhappy with how Swark was run and managed. So I just kind of stopped showing up. I stopped building robots. 150-gram robots. Paint is actively falling off. I don't know what happened. It's just bubbling up. It just didn't stick. This... Oh. Oh, they're all corroded. I'm sure they don't work anymore. I didn't realize I found the tops to those. Guys, this... 5-0. A little police car? What do you know about that? There's a little police car. This is actually built from an RC car. It's kind of wholesale. This is a little miniature Tyco Rebound. Really fast and powerful. Is able to push things around. And we decided we just covered it in metal. And this is a piece of like 1/8 inch titanium. And that's kind of overkill for the 150 gram class. But this was like, ain't nobody getting in. We're going to stomp out everything. No one's going to be able to touch this. And nobody did. This robot did pretty well, but the problem is that we covered the entire existing plastic chassis in metal. And metal kind of acts as an inhibitor to radio waves, what we call a Faraday cage. So the problem with 5.0 is that if we were fighting on like our half of the arena, good. But the second we drove across to the other side, it just like the range was so short because of the interference from the armor that the robot just kind of crapped out and stopped working. So we were like, uh-oh. We fought a guy with a flamethrower and won. Pushed him around. This thing right here, the lights on top. We were gonna put flashing police lights on top, but we realized can't drive upside down if you got lights on top. So what we did, painted those on, and then we actually got these little screw-on LED lights that blink red and blue, and put them in the wheels, so the wheels light up instead. So it's still like a police car. Does the power indicator come on here? I don't think it does. No, this is rotten something fierce. Yeah, there's no life left in that whatsoever. That button cell may have actually leaked. That would explain the pretty little pattern on the bottom here. This robot never really got a chance to shine. Like I said, it was kind of a faulty design with the interference. It was in a couple of exhibition matches with crowd favorites like Frosty, which was a really big styrofoam ant weight. Looked like a snowman or whatever. Did a couple of fights with that. It was kind of a disaster because, again, Frosty's not very maneuverable, and once this thing crosses the center of the arena, kind of falls out of range, so whatever. But it was, this was the predecessor to Telefrag. The same kind of thing. Have a really strong drivetrain and an unbeatable wedge, and that's what we did. That's kind of what we did. Not much to say about 5.0. I don't even think I have fight videos of this guy. And now, my most recent beetle weight. 3-pound robot. And not only my most recent, but a testament that I can still kick ass a full 20 years after I started building robots. I still got the magic touch. I love this robot so much, I post pictures of her all the time whenever I'm feeling nostalgic. It's one of the builds I am most proud of. She needs to be rebuilt. She deserves it, okay? This, ladies and gentlemen, Snaggletooth. Remember how, things that look like crocodile heads? I got a thing for that. So this is actually a paint tray that's upside down, but you see, got the nice little angular crocodile head, and I keep the power indicators in there. Check out, look at this, look. The power indicator for this robot. Uh-oh. Hang on. There we go. It's damaged, but it's lighting up. The eyes light up red, just like, if you were to shine a light at an alligator in the dark, its eyes would reflect at you red. The robot is named Snaggletooth. Like, you can see, guys, remember, those teeth from the crocodile dentist? Here they are for the 4th time, okay? Like I said, I got a lot of them in that bag. It's got these little teeth poking out. And then, if you look at this side, this one juts out really weird, and it's a gold tooth. That's the titular Snaggletooth. Also, I kind of freehanded the Name on the back. Ah, Buster Keaton Rules, thank you for the compliment on the scale paint job. This, I learned... Okay, story time. This paint job, I learned how to do this from the Death Roll team from Australia who competes at BattleBots. Death Roll, if the name implies, also crocodilian-themed robot. And they gave me... I kind of messed up on the front here, but you can really tell on the back it looks really good. You basically paint the robot lime green, and then you drape an old fishing net over it. You tie it down really tight so it's secure, and then you spray paint over it with dark green, and the net blocks out, so that the light green comes out when you take the net off. So it covers up, it prevents the dark green from getting on there, and you get this cool little scale pattern. It came out all right. It kind of sucks on the lid right here. It kind of didn't work out too well. But overall, it worked. As you can see, the robot has a little servo poking up right here. It was armed with a lifting arm. Here it is. Here's what's left of it. It's kind of, a little bit jacked up. Just went it on here and it raised up. Got about, it has, I think, 4.5 pounds of lifting torque. However, the robot struggled, so it should be able to lift other robots with ease. The problem is that I didn't really take into consideration the fact that we're making the fulcrum is here, and then the point is here. So, in order to lift a 3-pound robot, it has to put in more than 3 pounds of force. It's like exponential or something. So, it really had a hard... once it starts lifting something, then it's easier. But to get going, it's just really hard. And it failed to lift up stuff. But this is all made from spare erector set parts. And it's all jacked up and fucked up. But it lasted long enough for me to get a first place victory at the Black Gold Bash in, I think, Beaumont, Texas. I think the drive motors are still installed here. I didn't take them out to salvage them yet. But... This is these are really heavy. These are these are kind of overkill for a 3-pound robot. That's a little unnecessary, but this robot really speedy. It gets around the box really fast. It's really hard to control this thing. I tried to put in as many hours as I could driving it around on the driveway and learning how to, control it. But when you're in the arena and, adrenaline's pumping, you can oversteer everything and near miss. It's so easy to fuck things up. So easy. So, I smashed and crashed my way to a first place finish. Wasn't really a lot of competitors there. It was more like a round robin thing. I just had the most points at the end when all was said and done. So I didn't really win a tournament. I just won the most fights. But it's a tough... She's tough. You got a hole right here. It's all dented in. Like I said, it's just a paint tray. It's not the world's strongest armor. Started with the paint tray, and I'm like, I worked back from there. Right, looks like a crocodile head. Add the little things for the nostrils and the eyes. Locked it in. But the whole front end is torn up. It's kind of unsalvageable. So I got to build a new one. I would like to continue this lineage, and I got the drive pod still in the robot, so I can just pop that out. Put it under something else, and we'll be good to go. The one weakness that Snaggletooth has is that there's not really much in the way of, bottom armor. Everything is mounted to the underside of the tray. So if you really get underneath it, and if I flip this over, you kind of see where I kind of scribbled on where things were mounted, and this stuff is just kind of exposed. I mean, it's contained inside, a plexiglass case, but... If you have a really gnarly spinner and you make contact with it, it's just 1/8-inch plexiglass and balsa wood. It's going to get shredded, right? It doesn't matter. It's like those little plastic Raspberry Pi cases. That's what's protecting the internals under there. If you hit that direct center, it's going to blow up. So, I'm just lucky it didn't happen. But this is my most recent robot, Snaggletooth. It's already buried underneath a bunch of robots right here, so I can't get Metalhead back out. But we've gone from Metalhead with the helicopter blade the Snaggletooth, my most recent robot. I still got some stuff on the horizon. You know, I got to rebuild a Baby Puncher. Got Snaggletooth 2 coming up. I didn't mention it when I was showing off Keep Back 500 Feet, but I have all of the components to build a modernized Keep Back 500 Feet with actual, you know, real fast drive system, not a piece of shit, and a new custom cut aluminum clamping arm made from like 1/8 inch thick aluminum stock, and it's all hand cut. It's really nice looking. The drive modules, you might be interested to hear this. The drive modules on the new Keep Back 500 Feet are salvaged from the Monopoly money guns I hacked apart to make the Jeff Bezos blaster. The mechanism that spits out the money is a little gearbox, and I used a couple of those for drive. So they have little rubber wheels on them and everything. So it's got like 4 wheels. And it's got little decorative spinning lights on top. Because I'm obsessed with stupid shit like that. That's the power indicator, right? You know, most people have a little light that comes on. This has light up eyes. Keep Back 500 Feet has little spinning LED lights. Kill Switch 5 had the 6 spider eye cluster looking thing. You know, I haven't really been active building robots for a while. You know, life kind of happened. I just got focused on Gatorbox. I got a full-time job now. I just don't have a lot of time. My dad gotten a little too old to do this kind of stuff. So, you know, things just kind of stopped. But I'm looking forward to hopefully maybe getting back in at some point on my own. You know, I do inventory for a hardware store now, so all the saw blades and shit, dirt cheap for me. My employee discount at work is literally, I pay what the store pays to obtain the item, plus 15%. Right? GameStop, 15% off, store discount, fuck that. This is like 40%, 45% off in some cases. It's stupid. However, there are a few things I don't get a discount on at work, and I think I've mentioned this before. One of them are like just like food, so I can't, you know, get a Red Bull out of the cooler for like $1.29. But one of the other things I don't get a discount on is plexiglass and polycarbonate, because it's expensive. And I'm like, man, I use that for armor and everything. So I have to pay regular full price for all that stuff. But, you know, Diablo saw blades and stuff like that, fair game. Fair game. Get a $60 saw blade for $34. No one can beat deals like that. I'm going to set this gently back in the bottom of the thing. I would like to show you guys the fights, though. You know, we got to go back and watch some fights. Okay, so we're going to see some of these robots in action. All the things I've talked about, you're going to see them before they got destroyed. I don't know if you guys can see my cursor. Blue square, Keep Back 500 Feet in its Platinum Edition with the metal armor. And then in the red square, Dark Micro 44, the guy I made the voodoo doll out of. This at the time was the fastest knockout in Swark history. Fight's over. Look at this down here. The clock down here says 7. Let's time this. Let's find out how long. Let's find it. Okay. So fight starts at 2 seconds. Fight's over at 6 seconds. 4 seconds. 4-second knockout. This hit completely. You can see down here at the bottom. I think you guys can see my cursor. I'm looking at the preview. Oh, hang on. I didn't adjust the camera. This chunk of metal down here, that's the front scraper, so that when I clamp down on somebody, I can grip them. You notice, I don't know why I did this, but you can see I'm using the serrated clamper for this fight. I don't know why. It would be of no use against Dark Micro 44. Right? Because the whole fucking top of the robot is a spinning blade. So there's nothing to bring that down on. I should have used the spatula, but it doesn't really matter. You hit it just right. Hang on. Let me get a little frame by frame here. Yeah. Do this. up here, right where it says 2004. That's one of the wheels that the robot was spun around so violently that it pulled one of the fucking wheels off the axle. Like, set screw and all. It just popped it right off. Killed it. And then, you know, then they count me out. It's like 2/3 of the video is just me getting counted out. Keep back 500 meters. The little baby guy, before it got completely destroyed by the arena hazards, still has little clamper. I didn't have it. I don't know what happens to the little thing that used to be the clamper. I wouldn't have gotten rid of it, but I don't know where it is. We actually cut the head of a key off, and the key is serrated, so we just stuck a key on the end of it. That's what it was. No idea what the key went to. We just cut one in half, used it. Robitussin, little plastic spin bot. It's got a couple of X-Acto blades on it. You'll see it. It's kind of over here in the red square. Its shell is from like a mini CD case for holding like micro CDs, like those. It's like 100 megabyte discs or whatever, and it's got a couple of X-Acto blades hanging off of it. Dead. Got him. Got him. So at this point, hang on, let me turn this down. At this point, I'm trying to bite the orange thing on the back of the, and I got a good grip on it right now, but I'm not really able to damage him. Whatever that orange thing is, I can't pull it off. It's on there too good. The video is encoded like shit. That's not on me. So then I lower the clamp, and I'm starting to jam it in there. I'm trying to take the shell off. I'm trying to hook it up under there and pull it off. And as you can see, this plan really isn't working. I've actually put the shell back on the axle. And then I lost. I had him. I had him. All I had to do was not fuck it up. And I pulled the shell back on the thing. The second version of Keep Back 500 Meters, we had little flanges poking out the side, specifically so that bullshit could not happen again. I feel like I'm definitely missing some fights in this playlist. Because Killswitch had more fights than just against Mutator. This is Silver Killswitch. This is before the black paint job. This is... Look at how big these robots are. These are 3-pounders. You know, Killswitch is 18 inches long. You know that much. Mutator, on the other hand, its wheelbase can change. So it can go... It basically gets up to, like, 18 inches long, too. And this is a 4x4 foot arena. They're way too big. Killswitch 1.0, that's me. A guy named Corey Morris put together Mutator here. Corey and I kind of had a rivalry going. Because Killswitch and Mutator would always fight. And then we, like, later on, as we built more robots, those would always fight. And we basically traded wins every time we fought. Also, I should point out, Killswitch is doing a lot of sliding around because the rubber the tank tracks are made from, not very good. After this, we coated them in tennis racket grip, improved the traction. Also, I'd like to point out the rfshq.com link on this you notice actually .tk, the free .tk version on this robot. We did not own the .com yet. He just keeps spinning around. I'm waiting to see if he does the thing with the wheels. I'm waiting to see if he mutates. I just, like, again, all I can do is basically back up. Yeah, his wheel caught the thing, and then I broke the other one. That's that fucking Texas star. Just like that, both hazards broke. Gone. Fix them. But yeah, I only have like 2 feet to back up and work with here. I just keep sliding around. That was a good hit. He got me good on the side right there. Did I say in the description who won the fight? A split decision. Mutator beats me. Here's that fucking fight that I was telling you about, where they didn't stop it. Lights aren't very good this time around. But as they zoom in, oh, you can't see them now. They're invisible. But this little thing right here, one of those little pokey boys so I don't get flipped over on my side. But look at the size difference between these two robots. There's, you know, literally, I only weigh like 2/3 of what my opponent weighs. He's got the lower wedge, too. It's like a sheet of carbon fiber with like a razor blade on it. I can't compete with that. Mine's just a piece of metal that scrapes the floor. Again, I'm trying, you know, to get in there. I'm trying to get underneath this little wedge. I can't, see, there's the hazards. That one didn't do too much damage. It just tore off the top. The little flanges coming off the side are little plus sign, little spears. That cut the top of one of them off. Come up in a second here, you're just going to roll me over completely. Yeah, completely turn turtle. So, I didn't get counted out. I tapped out. Because they turned on the hazards, and this guy has already pushed me into one of them once. That's right, they didn't count me out. I threw in the towel. And then I put my transmitter, like, notice I'm not moving. I've already set my radio down. And then they're just letting this go, and then I just, like, I grabbed it, like, right there, it moved, because I, like, grabbed it back. I'm like, oh, what the fuck? And then here it comes.
10 seconds. Do it again.
And then you can kind of, it's hard to tell, but like, if we go back, you can kind of see, like, this robot was basically, like, the Keepback 500 series was a base plate with the shell that attached on top of it. You can see it's completely cracked in half.
it's cracked all the way down one side and all the way down, like, in the force of that By the way, I learned my lesson. This is not acrylic. This is polycarbonate, by the way. It's cracked all down here, and it's shattered on this side. And, you know, like I said, I couldn't get away from him. He's way faster than me, way more maneuverable. And I'm not just going to reach in to the arena, open the door, because the robots are live and the hazards are on. That's not safe. So the only really acceptable course of action was just to let my shit get destroyed. And this robot, you know, cost us a few $100s to build. And I don't like that it was destroyed this way. This should never have happened. They should not have put the hazards on. They should have stopped the fight when I tapped out. And this is one of the reasons why I stopped going to Swark. Is because, you know, I tapped out. No means no. Like, that's enough. You flip me over. I know you're going to put me in the hazards because you've done it once already. They rang the bell. That means the fight's over. And they just let it keep going. So, is there... Can you see the damage afterwards? Like...
Never say die.
Like, it's hard to tell. But the base plate... Like, I think a wheel actually even came off, too. It's hard to tell from here. But you see, like, pieces of the polycarbonate are just... Actually, right over here, in the upper right, that is the little half of the key that was used as the clamping arm. That's what, like, the mechanism just cracked in half and the head fell out. Here's the same team. Also, there's Hamtaro. This is the same team. This is Kill Switch 2 with the black, the neon paint job, the racing stripe. And that same team with the robot called DMB. Also, well, two things. There goes Hamtaro. On the back, edgemu.com. Got that sponsorship, baby. This is what Kill Switch does. This is what it's all about. We just fucking pummel, just keep driving into him until the weapon stops working. The front end is completely disposable. We got plenty of them. Slice it up, I don't give a shit. And then, look, the magic smoke comes out. The rest of this fight is really just a, you know, I keep running into it. Look at the size difference between these two robots, by the way. Both of these robots weigh the same amount. Kill Switch dwarfs this thing. It's massive. It's a big boy. No, not that kind of size difference. Poor Hamtaro's getting getting bludgeoned in this corner over there. I think that was the ninja one with the black headband and the sword too. So I'm actually trying to get him down here into this saw blade before we run out of time, but his drive... Yeah, I broke the hazard. I backed right into it. I broke it. You know. It happens. Shit happens. I do it all the time. That's my signature move. With Kill Switch 2, we also... we only had, I think Kill Switch 2 was like 2 pounds, 14.5 ounces. And that's allowing some wiggle room because no two scales are made the same. The scale we have at the workshop, you know, might read differently than the one at the official event, and that's the one that matters. So we never built all the way up to 3 pounds. We went, you know, a little shy of it to allow that leeway. But there's a thing just behind the plow on the front of Kill Switch. There's that row of 5 screws that keeps the front wedge on. The middle 3, we could layer in something, you know, to hold people there if we needed to. So there's a barrier there because
I didn't want this guy cruising up on top of the robot and, you know, fucking up the, maybe hitting the antenna or something. I didn't know. But I figured this would be the best time to use the big wall strategy. I actually found that this piece of metal, it says no entry on it, like a hazard sign. I didn't bring it with me to show off on stream, but I did find this piece of metal. I want to see Hamtaro get hit again. Yeah, look, there's the black headband. No, there he goes. Yeah, we got stuck right away. That's just, yeah. So the front end completely torn up. You know, that wedge is gone. And then you can see his blade gets stuck in my tank tracks again. And they have to keep separating us constantly. I do need, this is the last fight I have uploaded in this playlist. I would swear I had another rematch with, like, Mutator. I remember, like, specifically, there's a part where, like, the backside where it says Edge Emu, like, it gets sliced into by the hazards. And, of course, I break it again. Wait, is this it? I don't know. Hamtaro is holding on for dear life. He's not letting go. Little guy, yeah, pop the front, tore it open now. I'm not driving around so well because that first hit where he got tangled up in my tank tracks, I think it actually fucked up the tracks. So I'm having a hard time moving around. Oh yeah, no, this is where it cuts into the back. Yeah. Sponsor's not good, and I broke it. There it goes. It's a Beyblade. I didn't win that fight. This is a video that I made in Windows Movie Maker, like almost 20 years ago. So this is not going to be a high quality encode of it. I wonder why I uploaded this and not the higher quality one, the DVD rip. Anyways, Killswitch here with the bloody paint job. And this little thing on the front, that's the Edge Emulation sponsor sticker. Because we covered over the back. You notice Fear Factor is big-ass plow thing starting the fight backwards because there's this much room between the two robots. And he knows I'm going to get right in his face when they ring the bell. And if I do that, he's not going to be able to spin his weapon. Oh, this has the slow-mo replays. Actually dug into the side armor. There you go. There's the first ever kill switch knockout. Flipped it over completely. I mean, that's the only way to kill it. Here's, you know, remember the guy that built Mutator? He built this son of a bitch right here. It's big old buzz saw thing. Versus, you know, kill switch again. You see the first thing he did was he just immediately turned 90 degrees. It's the same reason why Fear Factor started the fight backwards. Because what did I do? I got right in his face. I'm not gonna let him spin. Oh no, they're playing Rammstein for this fight. So this is where I fucked up. Remember how I had the little barrier when I fought the other spinner? That was to prevent exactly this from happening. So now, I don't want to push him over the top of the robot because he's going to clip my antenna if he does that. But I can't get him off because he's stuck down and he's weighing down the front of the robot. Apparently he ricocheted off of me. Yeah, Buzz is a pretty cool robot. The problem is that it doesn't really have a lot of force in its weapon because it's friction driven. It's just a free spinning saw blade. It has a little wheel next to it that spins it up. So this guy has a built-in clutch. That hit, that one hit, ding the corner of Killswitch's front, and now there's a little toenail dragging on the floor. So if the sound is really bad, let me know. I'll just mute it. You hear it? Yeah. That one innocuous hit. So the thing with Killswitch, it's a strong robot. It's strong when there's someone in front of it, not when it's weighing down the front right corner. Right? Because now, like, there's like 3 pounds of robot throwing off, like, weighing down the front corner, and like the back left part of the tank tracks they had to separate us. I couldn't get them off because like part of the tracks on the left side aren't touching the ground. I can't get them off. Still screeching. Your super turbo baby puncher. Try not to, try to contain your excitement. I think out of all the fights that Baby Puncher was in, this kid in the back right here, this kid's really fucking getting into it. You see him a second ago? Hang on. Can I just jump back a few seconds? Look at this. Watch this kid at the top. He's getting when the fucking power cord drops. He's fucking going, man. Kid's in hog heaven. He's got 2 of the shittiest BattleBots fighting right in front of his eyes. They're playing Rammstein. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else. You can kind of see the problem. Oh, there we go. Now the ball and chain's out. You just gotta hit him. You gotta hit him. All right. See the nice little flip I did? Little flip move. It's hard getting the flail to come out. It tends to like wrap around one of the axles and just get stuck behind the robot. It doesn't swing out. Like that's the big problem. It just doesn't do what a flail is supposed to do. I should point out that both of these robots are made from the same base. They're both a radio-controlled BattleBots toy. The robot I'm fighting is called Butcher Block. And eventually gets destroyed by T-Boned, I think, but... Oh, look at that. Got him right behind the wedge. Direct hit. I didn't win that one. So we've already missed the first fight. This is Buzz finishing off Detonator. Somewhere else in this video is Wrath of Abomination absolutely thrashing this robot. Nice little spin move there. That's what shredded the back tire. That's what got it. That's why the tire's flat. So like, one of the tires is coming up. I think that put it off the hub. Was that the hit? There it goes. Now it's off the hub. You just hear people cheering him on, saying hit him again. Like, I'm fucking dead. Oh, there it goes. rfshq.tk, by the way. You can go there. That's the site. Guys. This fucking political discourse in a robot combat event right after Kill Switch and Son of Mutator. Look at this. Bush versus Carey. Look at this. Who's gonna win? Who could possibly win? No matter who wins, we all lose. So these are two more BattleBots toys, except these haven't been disassembled and stripped apart and bastardized. George Bush is dual with the tank tracks and the fake pneumatic spike. Dick Cheney's face was just pulled off of it. The Son of Waiachi right there has got John Kerry on it. I believe they got two kids from the audience to drive these machines, which is why they look like they're being driven by complete idiots. Here's Fivo attempting to fight Frosty. You see the little light up wheels on Fivo? This is back when the robot actually worked. Oh, bad on-code. Really crappy digital camcorder they used to film this with. The video is just like that. It turns into a slideshow. You can kind of see, like, the robot doesn't really want to move. It's because the signal interference, it just doesn't, it's not getting the radio reception. Wrath of Abomination in the blue square. Remember when I said this robot used to be a piece of shit? It used to be like a triangular robot with a horizontal blade that was like friction driven, kind of like Buzz. You know, Buzz with the big green saw blade tilted down. It looks cool when it spins, but it doesn't do a lot of damage because it's friction driven. It doesn't transmit enough energy, kinetic energy, into its, into its opponents. The original Abomination, the same thing, and then it got rebuilt, and then it's this. I tried the nice little spin. First thing I tried to do, the belt you see is on that side of the robot. My opening move was to box rush and then do like that and stick the little spiky thing right in the pulley and take it off. Didn't work. This happened. That's probably the fastest the robot ever got up to speed in terms of spinning. You can see it just dies. It just totally takes that hit. It's completely dodgeable. That's where the weapon got bent the first time. You see, it just stops working. Like, it should be moving right now. It stops for like 5 or 6 seconds. Ouch. Yeah. Do I get counted out again? Oh, it comes back to life, but I don't think it moves. Remember how I said Russ Barrow and the Dark Forces was like the fucking pain in the ass for me back in the day? Ian McMahon became that person in the 2010s and 2020s. Because I fight 2 robots here, Speed Wedge 3 and Project Darkness, and both of them are his robot. Also, I should point out... Oh, hang on. Pause. They did something cool for this fight. I never saw the footage from it. It might not exist. You'll find out why. But this little thing right here on the top of Kill Switch 5, that's a little spy cam. That's the slam cam. They put it on the robot.
2, 1, fight!
That's the entire back end of the robot torn off. It was such a maneuverable robot. So right now, the problem with Kill Switch is, remember how I said there was a trapezoid-shaped aluminum scraper on the front of the robot? And not one that just sat flush with the geometry of the sides? Little overhangs on the end is caught on the inner lip of the arena, completely raising all of the tank tracks off the floor. And then that happens. Also, that's probably why there's no footage with the slam cam, is because I'm pretty sure it falls off at some point. It's still on the robot. Does it fall off? Yeah, there it goes. It falls off on that hit. I'm pretty sure it falls straight into that guy's weapon. Here we go. See me lose again. Look, notice they put the slam cam on for this fight too. It's a fast robot. Watch this hit. It's gonna pop the front end of it off in a second here. There it goes. There goes that just completely warped. Absolutely destroyed. Flipped over. Dead. Oh well. Slam cam destroyed. What am I trying to say? Here's Telefrag.
I'll be counting down. Red square, are you ready?
We'll watch one of these fights so you guys can see Telefrag in action.
4, 3, 2, 1. Start this match.
Wedgie is actually pretty big for the weight class too. He's bigger than me. He's just like a big T-shaped thing.
Shove him in the hole.
Then he drives himself into the pit. I win. All right, let's see some full auto. This is melee. It's like, looks like a tombstone kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? In an ideal world, it'd be fast with that train plow. I'd be ramming into him. Instead, I want you to behold how pitifully slow full auto is. And this is why you don't buy your motors from AliExpress. There goes the wheels on one side. Got people cheering full auto, though. I mean, what can I say? Remember that big long cut down the side of the road? Well, this guy's blowing himself up. This is kind of what full auto was designed for. Just smash into robots like this and let them kill themselves. But unfortunately, it maneuvers like a piece of shit. Oh yeah, I didn't point it out when I was showing it, but it says Gatorbox on the back of the... Well, it said Gatorbox before he fucked up the paint job. But as you can see, I mean, he's got a gnarly looking blade, but try as he might, he cannot get through. He can't get through the armor. There's 2 or 3 layers of like that thin aluminum sheeting, and it just absorbs all the hits. You cut through one, there's, well, there goes the other wheels, the other foam wheels. It's all for show. It's supposed to happen. I'm pretty sure the lights are off on the robot too. I think the headlights broke. Unfortunately, I don't seem to have the rumble uploaded, so you don't get to see the hit where, like, I think it's Project Darkness, where it hits me from the, he just T-bones me, throws full auto through the air and blows it up. That's where the big dent on the bottom came from. I guess I gotta see if I can find all these videos. I could have sworn this entire time on the Twilight Foundry channel I just had all those fights uploaded. I guess I don't. Do that this weekend. My little access panel's getting knocked loose, by the way. It's screwed. You see it's popping up. I think it falls off in this fight. Oh no, the headlights are on. They're just broken. You can see them inside the robot. Oh, there goes the lid. It just will not die. Way to film the action. I mean, I know there's not any happening because full auto is slow as shit, but whatever. Oh yeah, there we go. All that power in that blade, you can't even get through some basic bitch aluminum.
3, 2, 1.
There we go. It is Snaggletooth versus Speed Wedge 3. Again, I just want to point out the size difference between these two robots. Snaggletooth is fucking massive. Oh yeah, there was a kid. There was a kid at this. There was a kid at this event. I'm pretty sure his name was Jeremiah. Because when I asked his mom how to spell his name, I asked if it was the biblical version of the name, and she was like, "Yeah, that's the one." One of the teeth, one of the white teeth, popped off of Snaggletooth during one of these fights, and one of the things I always bring with me in my toolbox are like pieces of scrap metal that I can pop rivet on as a patch if I need to. And I had a spare piece of metal that I didn't need to use, so I popped a hole in it, and one of the teeth that fell off, I screwed it onto the piece of metal, and then I wrote the name of the robot, signed and dated it, and told him happy birthday, and gave him a little souvenir. He really liked Snaggletooth. He liked that's the thing with my robots is a lot of people like the way they look. They don't always fight very well, but it really captures the imagination. Speed Wedge 3 doesn't have a weapon anymore. That's one of the things that tore up Kill Switch. Now it just has a couple of little rammers. I think it might be the mom bot frame. I'm not sure. But, Speed Wedge 3, very efficient. but it is extremely boring to look at, and I don't like it. Snaggletooth, on the other hand, probably not winning this fight, but there's a lot more activity there, you know? It's fun. The eyes light up. It's red. It's got that crocodile skin paint job. Looks like a gator head, you know? It's got a little lifting arm tongue thing, you know? It's got the little decorative teeth on it. It's fun. You know, people like stuff like that. That's what I like to build. And then somehow this thing won the whole event. I don't know how. I think the lifting arm got stuck during this fight. It got bent. And it needed, like, one of the hits. Oh no, it went down. Maybe I'm trying to use it as a clamp. I don't know. It got bent at the beginning of this fight, but... I can't explain why the robot stops. I think my transmitter sucks. I don't know. Yeah. Here's the fight. Here's one of the fights I win. It's hard to tell. There's a big ass spinning thing on the front of this machine, and I don't like it. But I had one plan. My one opportunity. This is why the front end of the robot's so torn up. Yeah, that didn't work. My plan was to jam that spatula in between the weapon and the frame and gum it up. I'm trying to hit him, but I keep pulling to one side. There's a hit.
The spatula killed it. 2, 1. We're done.
He killed himself on that hit. The Battle Clash 2 and 3 events, there were 4 of them. These were the events that were held at the middle school that I went to. And these are partial archives of the fights. They have never been seen before. I went to the VHS tape archives of mine specifically for this special stream to dig out these fights. They have never been seen before until tonight. This is not the complete contents of the tape. These are just some of the better fights, and clearly I'm missing several fights on this channel from SWARC events and things like that. So I need to go back and see what I apparently never uploaded, and then when I do that, I'll also trim out the rest of this stuff. You know, a lot of it's like people running obstacle courses, and there's some, you know, random moments of things happening. Exclusive first look. No, Fandramon, I think you mean world premiere. Battle Clash 1, it is named after the Super Nintendo game, by the way. It happened in 2001. And Battle Clash 2 and 3 and 4 happened throughout 2002. And they were never... There was plans for a 5th one in 2003, but they never materialized. You know, this was just kind of a flash in the pan thing, and I was at all 4 of them. Won the first 2. Didn't do so hot second time around. So I will show you guys some of these. We got 5 fights from the second event, and only 3 from the third event. But this is a fight between Mist and Metalhead 2.0. So I would like to read this to you guys. Also, yeah, just ignore the fact that there's people standing in the arena. You know, you're going to see a lot of unsafe shit happening here. Most of these are just RC cars, though. You know, like Metalhead 2 down here, actually, you know, is a kind of a Frankenstein of a monster. So we got Mist, Twilight Foundry, Ian specifically, versus Metalhead 2.0, Twilight Foundry, me specifically. So these are 2 robots from the same team. Metalhead, the white robot, entered this event as the reigning champion from the previous event in 2001. It was completely rebuilt due to it suffering a mechanical failure in the previous event.
It returned with 2 angled spinning blades, which were not mounted on very well, because one of them stopped working and literally falls off during this fight. Metalhead also had a rear plow, but it had to be removed before the event, because it put it over the weight limit. Removing the plow disrupted the robot's weight distribution, and it rode around with most of its weight focused on the front wheels, which hindered its mobility. Mist was declared the winner by a judge's decision. Here's hang on, can we actually hear? Are they making? I think there should be audio. It's just quiet. You see Metalhead, you see how the front end is like dragging on the front of the robot? And then like the frame just buckles and leans to one side. Also, this thing that fell off right there is one of the tilted blades. You know, it's got 2 tilted blades, counter-rotating and spinning inward. That's one of them that fell off. Mist is literally just an RC car. Also, you got the... I wasn't calling the robot Roton at this point. It just says it on the sides. Again, I thought that was a cool sounding name. But it's officially called Metalhead 2. I think they stopped the fight because I was losing parts. And they were like, oh, that's not safe. So, you know, they stopped it. This is Pokebot 2. It's Twilight Foundry Alex, aka Reflex, versus the Impaler from Team Jimbos. It says, Pokebot 2 is another returning competitor from the first Battle Clash event. However, it was made from an entirely different vehicle for this showing. The previous Pokebot, which was runner-up to overall champion Metalhead, was a big wedge with a lifting scoop made from a beach shovel. Much like Metalhead, it too burned out its components in the heat of battle, so the entire thing was redesigned. This time, it's just an RC car with a wedge and balance beam to prevent it from tipping over. Yes, those are Burger King Pokemon toys hanging off the stick. The Impaler was designed by a couple of guys who were both named Kyle. See if you can guess the inspiration behind their robot's design. The Impaler's spikes seemed to be too high to hit Pokebot. However, by ramming into the smaller robot, it was able to partially dislodge its front plow. Pokebot also gets hung up on a seam in the concrete at one point and doesn't have the traction or power to get out. Look at that. Look at, there's a Hitmonlee, there's a Muck, there's a Sandslash. I think the other one is an Electabuzz. So yeah, Pokebot 2, the first Pokebot was 2-wheel drive. It was driven like a tank. And then it was also built by somebody else, driven by a friend of mine. Oh, my knee hurts. This new one is just like a little radio-controlled car. The Impaler, I think the Impaler has 2 wheels. I can't really remember. You never get to see underneath it. It drives like it has 4 wheels, though, but I think it only has 2. Obviously, the design was inspired by Vlad the Impaler, you know, if the name didn't give it away. I think it looks more like Tracy from Robot Wars, though. Which these guys would not have known about. I didn't even know about it at the time. Pokebot is stuck in a seam right now, and the Impaler is backed away because they're not sure what to do. You see it twitching. Oh, they stopped. I guess they just counted it out. I don't know. A lot of these fights just kind of happen, you know. They just stop. That's me, by the way. That's me. Look at these fucking blue sunglasses I'm wearing. Got a badass over here. This is Terminal Impact in its heyday. And we've already seen the Impaler. Terminal Impact was the big unveil of this event, as it was built by the team behind Metalhead, the reigning champion. With the new Metalhead literally falling apart in the arena during fights, there was a lot of pressure on the new and untested Terminal Impact to make a good showing. Yes, the driver of Terminal Impact is literally powering on the spinner directly on top of the robot. Yes, that's very unsafe. So is the part where the robot bogs down in a concrete seam and someone nudges it loose with their foot. Despite getting knocked around, Terminal Impact did well in this fight, and this battle was the talk of the school following this event. Pictures of damage that Terminal Impact's chain flails did to the Impaler were featured in the article written about the event on the school's website. A battle-damaged Terminal Impact was also front and center in a photo taken for the local newspaper. Look at that. Man, look at that. Turn it on, pull my hand away. It's so weird seeing that disc not bent. Just looks like shit now because we flew too close to the sun. Put teeth on it. Yeah, here's someone kicking it loose. It's stuck in a seam. And then the fight just resumes with the person standing in the arena. I guess it probably wouldn't hurt to get hit by Terminal Impact's flails, but like, I mean, it wouldn't feel good. Yeah, those little suitcase padlocks on the end of the flails. That's at one point we get a pretty good hit on the Impaler's corner. It like tears up the corner. That's what they took a picture of for the website. I remember it. I've got the picture somewhere. Also, you can see those giant 6-volt batteries just hanging off the side of the robot. It gets nudged out of the seam. I think it goes right back into it. Yeah, it's right back into it. Can you believe this thing won the whole event? Is that it? I guess they're stopping the fight. I don't know how long. Yeah, this look. I think that's me pushing my hand down on the fan blade to turn it off. Very safe. Very safe. Oh, Fandramon still safer than Robo games. Shots fired. All right, here we go. Now we have DBM versus Terminal Impact. This is an exhibition fight. This has happened after the event. DBM is from a team called Big Fat Bananas. Given that the kids who built it call themselves Big Fat Bananas, DBM probably stands for Death by Monkeys and is a reference to the BattleBots competitor of the same name. It's literally just a Tyco rebound with a wood boring drill bit strapped onto its front end. Not everyone was technically inclined at these things. And I go on to say this is a grudge match between DBM and Terminal Impact, as these two robots did not meet in the main tournament, and the DBM team wanted a piece of the action now that Terminal Impact had been crowned the champion. The robot does well with a solid opening box rush, however the team sharpen their weapons so much that it winds up getting jammed in the wooden arena wall, allowing Terminal Impact to get some free hits. Now, this fight wasn't actually scored by the judges, so the winner is up to you. Was DBM's aggressive driving enough for it to win? Or were Terminal Impact's cheap shots enough for damage to tilt the scale? So that guy in the arena almost ran into by that. You just saw him run out at the last minute. Also, you know, kind of can't see the robots because the arena wall is right there. It works when they're out in the arena, but not right there by the wall. We just had you know, volunteer people running the camera, so you know they did their best. Oh yeah, see how safe that was? Literally, that's a certified Robo Games moment right there. Let's put him back in. Keep fighting. Yeah, you missed it because the camera was pointed down, but they run into the wall and their spike gets stuck in the wood, and then I just start taking cheap shots at them. And I just don't stop.
So again, they never scored that fight. You know, who won? You know, the guy, you know, the EBM leaves the arena. Feel like that might be grounds for disqualification. I don't know. Then we have one. These fights are all out of order. I think Terminal Impact versus the Impaler. No, that couldn't have been round 1 because the Impaler fought Pokebot and won. So they had to advance on. Maybe that was round 3? Yeah, Impaler made it pretty far. So this is round 2. This is after I beat... Who did I beat? I don't know. Interesting. Anyways, remember Panel? I was telling you guys about Panel. You get to see him in action here. From Team Typhoon. Panel is a robot that was plagued with electrical gremlins during this event, and every event it competed in. It was the only robot that failed to complete Battle Clash 2's obstacle course challenge, as it incapacitated itself and was disqualified after 3 minutes, the maximum time limit. Featuring electronics that were allegedly salvaged from an RC boat, it's a wonder this massive behemoth was even able to drive on land. And it says this was Terminal Impact's second fight. Well, I guess maybe I said the Impaler was the first one. I don't know. First being the one with the Impaler, which was recorded and uploaded to this channel. The panel did not defeat anyone to move on to round 2. It just received the bye in the tournament brackets. Despite being a technical accomplishment, Terminal Impact also turned out to be a very slow-moving and cumbersome robot that was prone to getting its small wheels caught in the seams on the floor. Both robots lumber around, but Terminal Impact showed all the aggression and landed hits with its spinners. So Terminal Impact wins this fight too. Look at this thing. Look how big it is. You guys saw how big Terminal Impact was. That's about what I did when we had the rematch in Battle Clash 4, where I tore open Panel's front end and then completely killed Terminal Impact. That's about where I got him. I hooked him in the side right there and completely ripped the front end up. And it killed my robot, and then Panel hobbled away. You can see it's not driving very well. It doesn't really want to move. Panel and Terminal Impact is just there. Panel has 2 wheels. It's got 2 big wheels. Like, okay, let me pause it. You see how it's got the yellow dustpan in the front, and then it's got this blue one in the back? The wheels are back there. There's 2 wheels back there, and then there was like 2 computer chair wheels that were up in these 2 front corners, if I remember right. I remember talking to Matt, you know, when we had this little event. I remember looking at everybody who was there. I took pictures of everyone, but you know, I didn't really pay attention much. But I remember looking at Panel at some point. Yeah, it's stuck on the floor. Just kick him out. Watch out. Just walk around it. Kick it again. Can you believe Terminal Impact won this fight? Look at that. Oh, yeah, get him. Get him. It's so slow. I guess we're out of time. That guy right there in the gray is the one who put together Panel. Smart guy. Let's move on to Battle Clash 3, where I only have 3 fights recorded. And 2 of them feature Terminal Impact. I didn't film this. You know, I just some volunteers from the school filmed it, and they really liked Terminal Impact. I guess it's the most visually appealing robot. This is the Impaler versus the Menace, and the Impaler hasn't changed its design at all. The Menace was a new one. The Impaler returned to Battle Clash 3 with pretty much the exact same design as the last time, since it worked out so well before. The Menace, however, was a newcomer to this event, and it was created by Team Typhoon, who previously competed with Panel. Both of these robots are rammers, but they are driven very differently. The Menace seems to prefer just cutting donuts in the middle of the arena, hoping it'll hit something, whereas the Impaler holds back and waits for an opening. The Impaler's spikes are also more sharp than the Menace's because these two robots slam into each other a few times and need to be separated. The Menace was equipped with painted cardboard, while the Impaler was outfitted with aluminum flashing about 1/32 of an inch thick. And the Impaler wins this fight based on damage. Also, different camera being used to record this event because the VHS quality is absolute dog shit. You can't tell from this video, but I'm pretty sure the Menace. Yeah, they already got to separate them. I'm pretty sure easy there. I'm pretty sure the Menace is just an RC car with like a screwdriver on the front of it, because it steers a lot like one. The Impaler, on the other hand, like I said, I don't remember if it has 2 or 4 wheels. It drives around like it has 4 wheels. But I'm like 90% certain it only had 2. Yeah, get him, Impaler. It just does donuts. That's all it does. You can actually kind of see the RC car underneath the Menace's cardboard box. Good night, Zahondo. Thanks for tuning in. We're just going to wind down the last of these fights. You see they're stuck again. They got to be separated. Here comes one of the teachers to pull them apart. You see how, like, methodical the Impaler is being driven. Whereas Menace is just driving all over the goddamn place. Yeah, Menace is definitely just an RC car. It's either the fight. I'm pretty and then they gave it to the Impaler for the damage. All right, here's another case of an RC car just showing up. Also, that's me again, just turning on this weapon. Terminal Impact looks a little different this time. This is Inferno from Team Big Boys. Inferno is another robot that was new to this event. It's also just another RC car, this time covered in chicken wire and featuring some spikes mounted on all of its corners. The builder of the robot would later go on to join the Twilight Foundry team, and the car that was used as the base of Inferno would eventually be rebuilt into an RC car that was able to pop wheelies and drag a flint fire starting stick behind it to make sparks. I don't have that build. I would have shown it off tonight. Terminal Impact returned to this event as the reigning champion with something of an identity crisis. I've shortened the name here for brevity, but it entered Battle Clash 3 as Terminal Impact 2 The Void. Its disc was replaced with a large stick, the same stick that Pokebot used as an anti-tipping device, tipped with sharp nails. It took a lot longer to get up to speed, and because it was flexible, it lost a lot of kinetic energy just to simply moving around. At one point, Terminal Impact strikes Inferno and punches a hole clean through the car's plastic shell. Unable to free itself, Inferno starts driving around while tugging on Terminal Impact's weapon and yanking it in all directions. Due to the way Terminal Impact was designed, this was actually damaging its weapon motor, and it ended up getting replaced after this event. Despite this, I still win the fight. Look at that. Look at how big that thing is!
Direct hit. Direct hit. Still just as slow as ever. Also, that person standing right there on the edge of the arena totally almost got hit by that blade.
The good thing about replacing the look at the coverage of that weapon. The good thing about replacing the disc with that blade is I was actually able to hit this guy. Unstick him. There we go. You really can't tell that Inferno has like an outer shell. On all of its corners, it had a spike poking out. It looked like Crazy 8 from Twisted Metal Black, just without the lightning bolts. I'm pretty sure that's the hit where he starts dragging him. Yeah, no, maybe not. I don't know. I just remember we get stuck at one point. Maybe that's it. Yeah, it's a hell of a shot. Yeah, and the fight's already almost over too. Yeah, then they just step in the arena. Alright, so we got one last fight. This is DBM versus Terminal Impact, the Squeakquel. Except this time it's not an exhibition fight. This is actually during the tournament. So it says that right here. This is during the tournament. It says DBM is the same Tycho rebound that it was last time, except now the robot's single sharpened spike has been replaced with a whole wall of them to spread out head-on collisions and prevent the robot from getting stuck on the wall again. Terminal Impact lands about one good hit on DBM, straight onto one of its wheels, but this appears to do nothing to the robot. DBM proceeds to literally run circles around the reigning champ and pummels it into the wall. There was genuinely no contest here. DBM was declared the winner by the judges and advanced onward over the champ, though it would eventually lose to another robot named Tantrum, who would win both Battle Clash 3 and 4. And I have no video footage of Tantrum winning any fights, despite the fact that it won 2 tournaments. But the best way I can describe Tantrum is that it was like a two-wheeled, it was like an angular robot. It was almost like a cone, and it had 2 wheels in the back. He just jumps back because they just immediately come alive. Oh, the little fan fell off the... Yeah, they just picked up the piece of fan. That was the thing holding the blade on. Now it's just like free spinning on the axle. But Tantrum was like a cone shaped. And it had 2 wheels in the back and it had a drill in the front. And it just won fights by outlasting its opponents. You know, you couldn't really hit it. People just drove over it. There's so many people getting close to Terminal Impact's weapon. Kind of makes me nervous watching it now, you know, knowing how unsafe it all is. But whatever, we were young and stupid back then. Look at that bad boy. Yeah, look at that hit. Well, there it goes. Nice little flip maneuver there. Too bad the robot's... Yeah, and then again, too bad it's designed to work both ways up. And then, you know, someone reaches in and just stops it. Well, that's all the fights, all the main fights from Battle Clash. There's a couple that were, like, just between straight-up RC cars that I was like, you know, maybe I'll upload those later. I was kind of pressed for time. I did all this week, working on it, because I actually got one more thing to show. This I'm not wearing this shirt because it doesn't fit me anymore. I'm working on that. Someday I'll wear it again. Guys, what's a robot combat team without the official team shirt? I didn't design the original Twilight Foundry logo. I think that was it was one of the guys in the group called Lewis. We all okay, in the original online Twilight Foundry, the people who shit posted about video games, there was me. I was called Pokefreak, like, Pokemon. And we had Some Dude, SUM, like you're adding numbers, a Some Dude, The Master, all capital letters. So he thought he was cool. And then Lewis, who did not have a nickname, just Lewis, just his fucking name. He designed the original Twilight Foundry logo. It was like a yellow box, a yellow rectangle. It's just a yellow, like, it was MS Paint. It's like a yellow rectangle, and then there was like a black parallelogram, and then like the green line tool. He wrote Twilight, and then the font, I looked it up. It's Westminster, and he did Foundry in blue, and that was the original logo. I still have it somewhere. It's my avatar on eBay, I think. And then when I did robotics, I took his logo and I dragged the image out to the right, made some more yellow, and I wrote robotics and, like, handwriting. So added that to it. And then this is a modernized version of the logo that I designed a few years ago. It's probably coming up on about 10 years ago to make all these shirts. And they're the same original look, but new look, same great taste. And it says established 2001 down there. So we actually, even though it's not Gatorbox related, we sell these shirts on the Gatorbox Streamlabs store. Streamlabs.com/Gatorbox/merch. There's a fucking link to it. Nightbot's got it. I'm pretty sure these shirts are like $15 or something. Like, they're absolutely fucking cheap. I don't sell merch to make money off of things. I have a job, okay? I don't make money from Gatorbox. The merch is like dirt cheap because I want you guys to be able to have cool things from the stream, right? I don't need to make money off of it. Don't worry about it. I think I make $1 off of the sale of every t-shirt, if that, after processing fees. So if you want to get your own official Twilight Foundry shirt, we got them. They're cheap. It's like, you got to pay shipping too, but it's like $15 for the shirt. Basically, it's what you'd pay. It's less than what you'd pay if, everybody else who makes content on YouTube or whatever. That's all I got for you. That's my big box of robot combat history. 25 years. It's a quarter of a century, man. It's a really long time. Going through all this stuff, telling the stories and stuff like that. It's, this was fun. I like going through all this. I've never done something like this before. Every once in a while, I'm down in the garage, I'll take a picture of my robots and, to post a picture in the Discord or something and say, wow, remember this robot? You'll take a picture of one of these robots from before they got destroyed. But I've never actually gone through everything and told the stories and then watched the fights and stuff like that. So it was fun. I liked being able to do this. Then, of course, we got the Battle Clash footage, which it's unlisted on the Twilight Foundry Robotics YouTube channel, but I'm going to make them public after this stream. So by the time you're seeing this, you can already go back and watch them. And like I said, there's a few more odds and ends I can upload, and just for posterity. But the main stuff I wanted to show you guys, I made sure to put all that aside so we could do that for tonight. But yeah, it was fun going through all this stuff again, seeing all these robots. It's pretty much every robot I've ever built. Most of, with the only exception being like some of the ones from back in like my middle school days, where I just don't have anything left. Like Decoy, little red robot, looked like Dr. Inferno Jr. All I have left is just the robot. I don't have any of the other parts that I want. I don't know what happened to him. I don't know. There's like Kill Switch. I got the shell, lost the internals. I just misplaced them. I don't know where they went. So, not everything survived, but a good amount of it has. And there's stories to tell. And I'm glad you guys were just as passionate about some of these old machines
as I am. You know, like I said, they may not win a lot of those fights, but goddamn it, they're the crowd favorites, right? So, I don't know what the future holds for, you know, robot combat. We'll see. I'm in a pretty good spot to maybe build robots again. Just don't have a lot of free time. But we'll see. You never know. And, just have to play it by ear. I like building robots. I like tinkering with things. You know, we didn't really show it off. It's not really robot combat related, but, you know, when I showed off things I'd built, like those RC cars I tried to make go fast and stuff like that. You know, the Bezos Blaster is one, you know, thing that I used my knowledge of tinkering with electrical stuff to make. You know, strapped in a big-ass flashlight battery in the back of this bad boy, cut out all of the safety features in this thing, and then dumped a new rocker switch into this so it just pours money out, right? You know, it's a lot of fun. And then, of course, my favorite thing I've built for Gatorbox is, Prismatic, right? I love this thing. This thing dated May 2016. This thing is 8 years old. That's crazy. It doesn't feel... We've been using this to pick trading cards to unbox for 8 fucking years? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. But yeah, it's late. It's 1:30. Wasn't expecting the stream to take this long, but there was a lot of ground to cover, a lot of robot. We had like a quarter of a century of robot combat history to revisit and talk about. So it took a little bit longer than 3 hours, I guess. But I'm gonna roll the credits. Thank you so much for coming out to the stream tonight. I really appreciate it. If you're here because you saw the post about it on Reddit or the BattleBots update Facebook, I invite you to stick around. We don't usually stream this late. The show usually ends at midnight. You know, we do unboxings of goofy things. I don't have an example of anything, but, you know, we just do that and we play some crappy video games as well. Anyways, thanks for coming out to the stream tonight. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for checking out this video by Gatorbox. To see more videos like it, please subscribe to the channel. You can also support this project financially at patreon.com/Gatorbox. You can also follow us at twitch.tv/Gatorbox to catch us live every Friday night at 9 p.m. Central Time for our main show. Thanks for watching this video, and I'll catch you guys in the next one.